the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has dismissed claims that Parliament plans to ban TikTok in Kenya. He said the motion before the House is aimed at regulating content and protecting minors, not shutting down the platform. Wetangula noted that the proposal seeks to address misuse while preserving the app's positive uses. The debate follows concerns from various groups who have called for measures to prevent harmful content affecting young users.
That is exactly the problem that this motion is dealing with. Misinformation, disinformation, and fake news. That is what you are dealing with. So whoever is misleading the country, there is no motion before this House to ban TikTok. But there's a motion before this House to deal with the recklessness that come along the otherwise very good intentions on TikTok.
The state plans to expand the Nyota program to reach 2 million young people, says Deputy President Kithure Kindiki. Speaking on Wednesday during a high-level review meeting of the Nyota and the Kenya Jobs and Economic Transformation Programs at his official residence in Karen, Kindiki said the first phase of Nyota had surpassed its initial coverage targets and will now be broadened in a second phase. The DP noted the current phase, implemented in partnership with the World Bank, had been successfully rolled out nationwide.
Even after the expiry of the current Nyota project, we are going to put in Government of Kenya resources to target more young people into the future beyond the current project, where we are partnering with the World Bank. By just looking at the outstanding components of Nyota, we have been able to expand the number of beneficiaries from the current age 20, and we project we reach 1 million young people using Nyota.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has revealed new details about the planned Nairobi Metropolitan Police Unit. Speaking at a press briefing in Nakuru, Murkomen said the new unit will be a unique model, different from existing police formations. He said the unit, to be formed through a partnership between the national government and Nairobi County, will serve as a prototype.
Nairobi Metropolitan Police Unit is, as we speak, we have county police leadership in Nairobi and regional police leadership in Nairobi. In fact, we subdivided Nairobi to 3 regions. And what the president was saying is for us to look at how other metropolis work all over the world, in London, in other progressive cities. And we don't want to benchmark with small or fellow developing countries. Now we want to benchmark on where we are going, which is first world.
Talks between Russia, Ukraine and the US aimed at ending Moscow's war in Ukraine have concluded without a breakthrough. The trilateral meetings held in Geneva went on late on Tuesday but only lasted 2 hours on Wednesday. Although US envoy Steve Witkoff had expressed optimism over the talks, both the chief Russian negotiator and Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky indicated they had been difficult. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. The time right now is exactly 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. How are you doing? I hope you're doing fantastico wherever you are. Why don't you get in touch with us and let us know exactly how it is that you're doing? That is on Facebook, on Twitter, on TikTok na zile zingine zote, including WhatsApp. You can actually holler at us. Let me just give you that number so that you can do the necessary. It is 0116-928-683. That is 0116-928-683. That's where you're going to get us. We have MC Tonje here. MC Tonje amesema good morning. MC Tonje checking in from Muhoroni. Well, MC Tonje Muhoroni, karibu tena sana. Tunataka kujua uko Muhoroni kuko vipi. It rained a couple of days ago and I thought it was going to rain some more. But after that, things went silent. So I don't know. Is the rain coming? Is it going? Have the seasons changed? Because a couple of folks are telling me that mvua inafaa kuanza March. All right, but it rained heavily the last couple of days. It was when? Was it on Tuesday night and maybe Wednesday morning-ish? Yeah, it rained heavily. Watu wakafurahia sana. I hope kwenye walikuwa nakamata maji mliweza kukamata vizuri tena sana. Yeah, so why don't you let us know whether it is raining in your area, whether it's cold. You can also find us on our social media spaces. On X, it is at Radio Gen KE across all of them. Yeah. John Mutua, good morning. You're saying, movie Qatar, fog after fog, buses can't move. We are parking, chilling at least roads to be clear. Just tell City. Tell City we need hot coffee hapa. Well, John Mutua, karibu tena sana. Fanya hivi, ukishafika hivi Nairobi, wewe tuambie. Tuone kama tunaweza kukupatia kahawa. Hii ofisi inakuanga na kahawa 24/7. Lydia Cheron anasema good morning my people, City and Paul tuned in San Antonio in Texas. Well, watu wa San Antonio in Texas, karibuni tena sana. All right. That is on our YouTube channel, Radio Generation Kenya is where you can find us. City, good morning.
Good morning, Paul.
Uko vipi?
Niko sawa.
Aha.
David?
Mimi niko poa pia. Today is the 19th day of February. Let me tell you what is significant about this day. In 1861, Jefferson Davis was inaugurated as the provisional president of the Confederate States of America in Montgomery, Alabama. Watu wengine wangesema Montgomery, lakini mimi nasikianga wakisema kwa movies Montgomery, na wakisema haraka inakuanga Montgomery in the state of Alabama.
Si huko ni kwao. Na wao ndio najua mahala hapo, sio?
Kabisa.
Sasa jinsi wanavyotamka itabidi tuelewe ndivyo inavyotakikana, sio?
Ndio hiyo sasa. Ndio hivyo sasa. Haya. Kitu kingine kilifanyika wakati huo, rather siku za nyuma kidogo. In 1972, the 15,734th Volkswagen Beetle was produced, breaking the all-time record, production record rather, held by the Ford Model T. So, in 1972, they had made over 15 million Volkswagen Beetles. Imagine that. Kagari kapoa sana.
That car, my friend.
Yes.
Once they got over the problems of overheating na vitu kama hizo. There are very few cars that have been as popular as that car.
Yeah.
But if you look back into history, the people's car, Volkswagen.
Yes.
Okay. The person who began the manufacturing of it en masse was actually Hitler. Hitler wanted to produce a car that anybody could afford.
He wanted Germany, number one, to be great, and he also wanted people in Germany to be able to afford a vehicle.
Yep.
So when he became the Führer, he actually pumped in money into Volkswagen.
He did.
Yeah, and he told them, guys, I need you to come up with this kind of vehicle, and he gave them the specs. Kakituka simple, kenye kaneza tumika na familia yote, that is baba, mama na watoto wao. Na akawaambia nataka ikae hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. So actually the Beetle is a creation of Hitler himself.
Well, let's put it this way. The engineering might.
Yes.
Because one of the things that is never spoken of,
yes,
the scientists that Germany had at World War II, as at that time, the engineering might that it had, many of the people who led these industries were divided between Russia and America. Some went to Europe, some went to the UK. Because they were fairly advanced in the way they understood their research, they understood their science, they understood their manufacturing. Because for a country to have the military might that they did, it tells you that they were very advanced in technology.
Yeah.
Because that is why they were able to sweep across Europe the way they did. That's why they were able to do what they did militarily. Yes.
Oh, and the experiments they did on human beings.
Oh,
Crazy.
No, absolutely crazy. But if you look at the ethics that is around research that involves human lives, biomedical research as it is called, around the same time that the Germans were experimenting with lives, in America similar experiments were being done with people.
Oh yes.
The one which people refer to the most is the Tuskegee experiment on syphilis.
Yes. Hiyo ili break record.
Bro,
Ilivunja records kadha wa kadha.
Yes.
And unfortunately or fortunately, the results of that same research was actually used in, it's currently being used in modern medicine.
It is. It's the unethical. You see, the during the Nuremberg trials, it became apparent when all these things were coming up that there was a need to regulate research that involved human lives. And that's why the whole story of ethics. In fact, when you are involved in biomedical research, there is an exam you have to pass. And it takes you through the history of the ethical requirements and the dictates of medical ethics in biomedical research. And you have to understand it. And then there's an advanced form. You have to pass it. It's an online exam.
Yeah.
You have to pass it. And you have to be certified. And the certification is also online. If you're not certified, you cannot be allowed to
conduct medical research.
No. You can't participate because you need to understand what it is that you're doing and the limitations. It is the thinking around this that brought about the understanding of consent being an integral part of research processes involving human lives. And it also brought to the fore the understanding that people who consent must be of legal age, must be of sound mind, and must not be disadvantaged economically. Because if they're disadvantaged, anything that you do in terms of remuneration, not payment, will be seen as coercion. See?
True.
Yes. So all these things that are now talked about and are a normal part of everyday biomedical research evolved from certain practices that were completely inhumane at the time and which people did because there were no guiding rules by which they could function.
These guys, they experimented on Jews, they experimented on prisoners, prisoners of war, both criminal prisoners wa mtaani na pia prisoners of war. Like they experimented on everyone. Because
Russia for a long time under communism was closed and you did not know what happened. Oh, they didn't hold back either.
Yeah. The things they did to human beings.
Oh yes, they did. Oh yes.
Yeah, so anyway, Volkswagen ilitengenezwa wakati huo.
Volkswagen imeleta history yote.
Imagine.
Okay.
Imagine. Volkswagen imetuconnect na Hitler akatuconnect na the Nazi party ikatuconnect na kila kitu kingine.
Yeah, because there are those who argue
that
for Hitler to have done what he did, it's not as though in the early stages of his rising that he did not get support. People like Churchill are quoted as having supported him in the statements they made. It is said that people who were the financial might of Europe and America funded him in the things that he was doing. And so if you're talking about the atrocities, they're saying the people who are partners in whatever he was doing share the blame equally.
Of course. Yes. Of course, especially if they knew. Here's a funny part. Many of the people the Jews who left Germany, the German Jews, German.
Yes, go ahead.
The German Jews.
The Jewish population who were in Germany
yes.
and were known as German citizens. They were German citizens.
Yes, they were. When they left Germany because of the persecution that they were facing and went to countries such as the US, the UK, those guys went and brought their minds to those countries. And some of them actually worked on the atomic bomb.
Oh, they did?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Had they not been kicked out of Germany, Germany would actually have been, right now would be under would be under the Axis forces. You see the way we are under the Allied influence. Say tungekuanga under the Allied, tungekuwa under the Axis forces. If history,
Germany ndio ungekuwa na hiyo atomic bombs hiyo.
Saizi Germany ndio ingekuwa United States of America. You and I right now would be speaking German, City.
Look at it this way.
Yeah.
If you look at the might of Germany even within Europe, the German economy is by far the strongest economy in Europe as we speak.
Yes.
The somehow, you've taken my mind back to certain historical realities, and the blame on Nazism and its rising.
Yes.
Why that was made possible is not talked about enough.
Yeah.
The problems began with the First World War and the reparations of the First World War. Someone like Hitler had a foothold because the reparation that came after the First World War, they were unfair to Germany. It was harshly unfair. So there was a certain thinking and an ethos that the people understood. And that is what gave someone like Hitler an opportunity. Hitler was making Germany great again, like Trump.
Oh, but Germany is actually becoming great again. They are actually revamping their military, and more resources have been sent to that military in terms of money and just making sure these guys are well equipped, because Europe right now is preparing for what historians are calling a third world war. We're talking about France, we're talking about Germany, we're talking about the United Kingdom, we're even talking about countries that had been quiet.
The Nordic countries are doing the same.
Akina Poland, akina Finland, wenye walikuwa wametulia. Saizi wameamka, wameanza kutayarisha jeshi zao.
Yes, and we have one Mr. Trump to thank for most of these things.
Yes. And of course, Vladimir Putin.
Putin had internal issues that he needed to resolve.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
So Putin was doing what he thought would help. Okay? The geopolitical sphere that we find within Europe takes us back to a time when that particular space of the planet Earth was constantly at war with each other. The wars that other nations then faced seems to be an export from Europe.
Yes.
Remember, the people who first started invading the Americas were Europeans. So do you really think that if Europeans invade a place, that all the good and the bad habits they had in their country will be left behind? No, they take it with them.
Tupatie medali.
The Gambia. Goodness gracious me.
So as you get to the Gambia, there's someone here. Lydia Cherona amesema, this is lunar year, expect some weather changes, okay? And she's watching from San Antonio in Texas. Then we have Daya Interactive Agency. Morning from Kilifi. This is Gambino. Salimia Siti Muga and thank him for me. He single-handedly made me wake up to radio from day one. Well, thank you, Siti.
No, thank you very much. What's the gentleman's name again?
Daya. Amesema anaitwa Gambino.
Gambino, thank you very, very, very much for the compliments. As we work in Radio Generation, I have a co-host, a wonderful man here by the name of Paul Mbuvi. He helps light up that particular space. But thank you very, very much for the delightful and wonderful compliments.
Na tukisahau Openje picha zetu zitakuwa online. So Openje also Ignatius Openje and Edna.
Kuna anaitwa Madam Edna. And there's a host of other people whom we work with whom you never see. We have to thank them as well.
Sure.
Yes.
All right.
And there's a particular gentleman who sometimes features as a guest host. He's called Asmali. Yes.
Pia yeye kwa hapo ndani.
Hapo ndani tu.
Michael Olandi amesema good morning wa Kenya wenzangu. Well, Michael, good morning. City.
This one is a simple, straightforward proverb that even if you don't want to understand it, you will understand it. People get fed up even with honey.
Yes. Do you know actually if you take a lot of honey, it makes your stomach churn and you might have some bowel movement issues.
Kikitu inaweza fanya kazi kama laxative.
What honey did what?
People get fed up even with honey.
Yeah, true story. Kila kitu kina mwisho wake.
Indeed.
Too much of everything is poisonous. That's what wahenga wazungu walisema huko.
Walisema kwa lugha yao, lakini tulikuwa tunaielewa.
Ndio.
Kwa lugha yetu.
Ndio.
Sasa hawa Gambia
wameisema na lugha yao.
Yes, that's what they're telling you, ya kwamba hata asali ambayo inapendwa sana inachosha.
Kuna inafika mahali unasema staki bana, staki.
Kabisa.
Naam.
Mimi hapana taka.
Ndio sasa. Alright, tuingie pale katika tovuti yetu ya radiogeneration.co.ke. That's where you'll find all the trending stories that have been making headlines in the last couple of hours. Starting with this one by Bradley Bosire, posted about 30 minutes ago. State clears 177 billion in pending road bills. This is according to the Deputy President, Professor Kindiki. So the government has cleared all outstanding payments to road contractors totaling 177 billion.
Is that so?
Yes. The move, he says, signals the resumption of major infrastructure projects that had stalled for years. There is a road close to Mlolongo. Actually, it is in Mlolongo, not close to. Iko Mlolongo.
So unaishi huko?
Niishi pande ingine ya Mlolongo, but yes, huko ni home. So kuna barabara iko hapo Mlolongo, because I see it every time I go to the market. They started very well, tarmacked that road. It is.
If you're on Mombasa Road heading towards Mombasa, is it on the left side of the road or the right side of the road?
It is
on the left.
It is mkono gani? Left.
The left.
Yeah, lazima ni confirm.
Yes.
Left, but iko interior. See,
iko ndani, haiko karibu na barabara.
If you're driving on the main road,
ya barabara hutaiona.
Yes. If you're on the main road, you won't see it for sure. Iko pande ya ndani.
Right.
So hiyo barabara imeingia na walianza kuitamak na wakasema itaisha by the end of February. Yeah. So it has been tarmacked. Let me say it has been tarmacked a third of the distance.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Is the road passable?
It is passable. But with the rains that we had 2 days ago, sijui residents of your area wanafika nyumbani aje.
Why I asked the question is, prior to a road being tarmacked, there's a condition it must be in. Whatever aggregate they've put on the road must have been compacted adequately to support the weight of vehicles and so forth. And if that is the case, even if it rains, it doesn't really affect the road that much.
Oh yes, it does. Okay, in this case, it has been affected.
Then it means that whatever I'm saying was probably not done.
Yeah, but actually tama kilianza vizuri sana. Kwanza wakati wa Februari hapo, ile barabara ilikuwa not February, sorry, December.
Sema ni ile Christmas ile.
Christmas walikuwa wameanza kuitandaza vizuri, ikaekwa lami. Na actually lami imewekwa up to a certain,
ikawa tambarare.
Imewekwa to a certain distance, then from there I don't know what happened. Sijui kama pesa ilisha, and I hope ni pesa sasa Deputy President amesema wamemalizana nayo. However, that is a county road. It is under the responsibility of Governor Wavinya. Because she's the one who has even signed there, Wavinya.
But wajua, there needs to be a discussion about the authorities that are responsible for certain roads within the country, vis-a-vis the role of the county governments, vis-a-vis the monies that are required with regards to the road maintenance and so forth. Once upon a time, we had a ministry called Ministry of Works.
Right.
And we had districts, and those services were devolved to the district level. So there were always district Ministry of Works, and such things, the things you're talking about, they would do.
Yeah.
The portals you need, they would do. So now, these things were pushed, the roles were given to the county governments. Do they have the capacity?
Sasa venye nimesikia Deputy President amesema hapa 177 billion imetoka. I sincerely hope that part of that money inaenda kutengeneza hiyo barabara.
I wouldn't start with that. I would start with ascertaining that indeed that money has been sent.
Yes.
And turns hapo. Before I've ascertained, shall we say that I will not comment further on that particular subject?
You don't trust the Deputy President's word?
No, I do not.
Okay. Because you said the government has cleared.
I do not.
All outstanding payments.
I do not. The Deputy President has been given information and he is relaying it. Whether he confirmed that money has been sent, because it's not him who sends the money. Okay?
Yes.
I will need confirmation from those who are supposed to receive the money that indeed they have received the money. We see this problem every other day with capitation. Okay? It is not that I have decided to go gung-ho on the Deputy President. Money comes from the treasury. That's where my issue is. Okay? How many times have we been told this money has been disbursed? You ask headmasters, they don't know what you're talking about. Okay? How many times have we heard that money has been sent to county governments?
I think it got to a point even our own president, that is Dr. William Ruto, ilifika mahali akasema tu bwana nyendeni shule.
Yes.
Because now we are not going to have this back and forth.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So ukisikia nikisema hivyo si ati kwa ubaya. Brother Abraham Kindiki ni mtu mzuri sana.
Naam.
As I observe.
Yes.
Na ni mtu ambaye anaelewa vitu vingi.
Yes.
Lakini mambo ya pesa hiyo nitoke kando kidogo. Thibitisho lazima iweko.
Labda pia contractors wenyewe waseme pesa imetumwa.
Baba, thibitisho ni hiyo. Yes.
Contractor aseme cheki account yangu ya benki imesha check in 1 billion yangu. Mimi ndio huyo contractor wenyu wa Machakos huyo mlolongo hapo.
Hiyo pesa
imeingia kakangu na kuambia by 28th of February hiyo barabara mnaitumia.
Na pia KRA hata wameitisha yao nikawapatia, tuko sawa, tuendelee na kazi.
We are good my brother. Na ngoja hiyo nini.
Mimi bila hiyo thibitisho tuseme tutaiacha hapo. Sawa baba.
Aya, sawa. So there's this NIS report that says over 1,000 Kenyans have been trafficked to Ukraine, to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, according to the NIS. The National Intelligence Service has exposed a sophisticated network allegedly recruiting Kenyans to fight in the Russia-Ukraine war, with evidence pointing to the involvement of rogue officials in government agencies and diplomatic missions. Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah tabled the findings in the National Assembly on Wednesday, revealing that more than 1,000 Kenyans have been trafficked through illegal channels, many lured by promises of high pay and foreign citizenship. So now here's the thing. Boniface Mwangi has posted someone here on X account, on his X account, and this is what he says. Samuel Maina, who was injured and hospitalized in the Russia-Ukraine war, says he will be detained for refusing training and redeployment to the front line, where he will likely be killed. Nicholas Kaino Kiprotich and Kelvin Lemashon are in jail for refusing to be deployed. And he has actually posted what looks like a WhatsApp message from this gentleman. He says, "Good evening, brother. I'm being forced to kwenda training, then they redeploy me to frontline, but I will not agree with that. From tomorrow, I will be put in custody together with my other 2 colleagues without communication because they take our phones. I am just from hospital after I haven't healed. I still sustain metals in my body, but they do not care about that. Me, Kaino, and Kelvin will be in custody awaiting God's mercies due to Tumekosa. Tumekosa otherwise."
These are the things I don't understand sometimes about our politics. This man called Boniface Mwangi.
Yes.
When you go back to 2024.
Right.
There are very few people in this country who supported that movement as much as Boniface Mwangi did.
Which movement?
The 2024 Reject the Finance Bill movement.
Okay.
Otherwise known as the Gen Z movement.
I get you now.
Okay? Boniface Mwangi was right there when people were shot. He was among the people carrying bodies of people who had been shot to ambulances. He was among the... Boniface Mwangi was in many ways the face of that particular movement. Okay? Then Boniface Mwangi declares he wants to be president.
Yes.
That whole episode was given the same attention that a coconut thief would receive in Kwale.
True.
Coconut ziko nyingi, so mwizi wa coconut moja, wewe nani wacha kuiba coconut na imeisha. Then I look at someone like Miguna.
Yes.
And the things that he did over time and the things that he said. Okay? I look at Jimmy Wanjigi and the things that he spoke of with regards to what is happening in the country, the debts that we owe, and how just the repayment of those debts after understanding them would change the face of this country completely. Then I look at Edwin Sifuna. Edwin Sifuna was seen participating in the 2024 movement. As I'm calling it the 2024 movement.
Yes.
Okay? But Edwin Sifuna right now is a poster man. Because he's not a boy. He's a poster man with regards to issues reform. So, I sometimes wonder, with our politics, what is the spark that propels someone to the prominence that someone like Sifuna now has. Okay? Because all the people I'm mentioning have in their own way been very vocal at a certain time and have brought up issues that are very pertinent to the country. And they have stood on the right side of history in many, many ways. But yet, when it comes to the person who resonates with the public, I'm asking because it's something I'm seeking to understand. What is it that creates this spark? Sifuna is consistent. There's no question about it. But so has Boniface Mwangi. He's been very consistent. Mikuna was consistent. Jimmy Wanjigi was consistent. All these people have been consistent. Okay?
You know, for Boniface Mwangi, for example, his Twitter account reads, "The People's President." For him, I don't think it's just about and this is just me, my small analysis. I don't think for him it's about even the popularity. For him, it's about what does he think will make a difference at the time. He lives for now. He will not live for tomorrow or the day after. It's for now. Using that 2024 movement, the thing that was pinching at the time was what? Finance bill. So he dealt with the finance bill in the ways that he did. In the post-election violence of 2007, 2008, the thing that was pinching at the time was the senseless deaths of Kenyans. He documented it with the pictures that he took. Now, if you look at what he's currently doing, the biggest thing that is pinching Kenyans is unemployment, our economic status, and that is why individuals like this Samuel Maina and Akina Kelvin Kiprotich and the other ones are actually in what? In Ukraine, in Russia, fighting wars that do not affect them directly here at home. So for him, he is dealing with the issues that he feels are affecting Kenya. Now, this is Boniface Mwangi. That's how I look at it. He is now running for president. After that, whether he wins, we shall know. If he loses, then he will deal with whatever happens at that particular time. So Boniface,
so he's a man of the moment.
Yeah, ni wa saizi. Kesho Mungu atapanga.
Now the person who talks about the future while referring to the present, katika watu ambao nimewataja majina,
Sifuna.
Hawa watu wengine pia wanaongea tu mambo ya sasa.
Dr. Miguna, for him, I find him very antagonistic, and that is his brand, and it works, you know. He's very combative as well. So and it works for him. That is how he knows how to achieve the ends that he wants to achieve. Some people might disagree with him. Some actually praise him on and they clap for him and they cheer him. But at the end of the day, for him, that is a means to an end. For Boniface Mwangi, this is a means to an end. For Edwin Sifuna, who is a politician day and night, this is what works for him. Edwin Sifuna amepata nafasi na ameona hii haezi waachilia.
Na Jimmy
Wanjigi? Huyo siwezi sema nimemsoma sana. But Jimmy Wanjigi is an economist from my perspective. He's a businessman. He knows how to do business, and he looks at Kenya as a cooperation and what this cooperation can actually do. He's looking at our HR problems. He's looking at our security guards issues. That's why he keeps on talking about police brutality from a sheriff's perspective. He's like, let's
elect this person.
Let
him be answerable to the mwananchi.
Exactly. So he wants to run Kenya as a company, and that for him, that is what he knows best. And perhaps I also look at it and I'm thinking it might actually work. Because let's look at America. America is being run like a corporation, and it is working. The United Kingdom is being run like a corporation, and it's actually working. It's only Kenya that is being run as a country, and that is why things are failing. The way they are failing.
You know, the perspectives that you've mentioned, those are interesting perspectives. Because, you see, like, every time I look at an election, we seem to always have an incident or something that happens that sparks a movement of sorts.
Yes.
You can never tell what it's going to be until it happens.
Really?
You know it will happen. And you say, if it happens, then the change you're talking about, you can actually see it coming.
True story.
Now, you see, right now, Sifuna represents that change.
Yes. He represents that promise of change.
That spark that I'm talking about.
Yes.
He represents it. Because he's not saying something he has not said before. No? He is not bringing up issues that he has not brought up before. But somehow right now, they seem to have a bigger impact.
And we are forgetting that movement of his actually has several other people. We have Honorable Kaleba Misi of Saboti. We have Richard Onyonka of Kisii. We have many others.
Babu, please mention.
Sorry.
Babu, Tafadhali.
We have Babu Owino. How can I forget Babu Owino?
Surely.
Actually, after Sifuna, there's Babu.
Yeah.
And actually, to some extent, it is Babu then Sifuna, depending on where you are.
Babu ndiye alianza hii maneno.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, yes, you're right. We have Babu, we have Sifuna.
We have Osotsi.
And
na wewe jamaa pale ni deputy party leader wa ODM. Just weke hiyo kwa kichwa.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Si ati ni mtu tu hivi ni deputy party leader.
So yeye na Abdul Somad same was up group.
Absolutely same was up group. Which means ukitaka ni wafuasi wa kinara wa chama hicho.
Si ndio sasa. Yes. Swala langu ni plan yao ni gani?
Now you see, this is now the interesting situation we find ourselves in.
Plan yao ni gani?
The discussion about the future and what it is that people want, because people are clear in the sense that they seem to have this radar ambayo inawaambia huyu anaweza kutusaidia na hizi shida zetu. And you see it in the way they respond to, just the way they respond to a person, there's something which resonates. Tutaendelea kuyaangalia mambo haya, sio?
For sure. Yes. Situangalie traffic.
Vizuri sana.
Traffic.
Sasa hii ndio situation iko kwa barabara zenu. Kuna mtu aliniambia, Mbuvi bwana, usisahau Ngong Road, not Ngong Road but Thika Road. Wacha nianze na nilikuwa nimefungua maps hapa, zimeenda wapi? Did I shut them? Sure.
Pale ulipoziwacha baba.
Aya, sasa acha nifungue tena. Si ati nikifunga hizi funguka tena. Here we go. Ngong Road guys. Ngong Road. What can I say? At 6:36 it's actually looking very clean apart from the Junction Mall, Ring Road Kilimani. Then Upper Joseph Kang'ethe Road, but hiyo barabara ingine yote that stretch is looking Haile Selassie, sorry, good. Agwings Kodek, good. Gitanga Road, no problemo. Watu wanaelekea huko CBD town, CBD na Kaiko Fiti. Watu wa Jogoo Road, Makadara, hiyo area yote. Actually pale aka stretch kidogo kama Makadara hako. Si mnajua tu hiyo ni stage, hapo ndio watu wanaenda kuchukua train. So it's kinda bumper to bumper right now. But Manyanja Road looking good at this particular hour. Donholm as well looking good. Outer Ring Road. If you're coming from Airport North Road, it's clean. But if you're going to Airport North Road, ni kubaya. Airport North Road yenyewe is ugly with traffic at this particular minute. And then Thika Super Highway. Now, if you're around Pangani, just pray to your God so that he can allow you to pass through, because it looks like it's a chokehold there at this particular minute. So guys are not moving at all. Alafu kuna hii barabara ingine inajulikana kama same Thika Road, tukitoka kule Garden City Mall, hiyo barabara imeshikamana bamba. Outer Ring Road lakini nimwambie kwa sawa, si ndio? Aya, tukirudi nyuma kidogo kule Kenyatta University, what's not happening, man? Kahawa Wendani going back to Kenyatta University main campus. It's bumper to bumper. Eastern Bypass though is looking good. Let me just check. Let me check this place called Mombasa. Barabara iko fit tena sana, kuna shida yoyote. Kale ka island kadogo kako clean for now, but on the main continent naona kule sehemu za Kongowea, Links Road kule Mamba Village, Wild Waters mko sawa kabisa. Nyinyi mwasonga shwari. Ukiona chochote labda ungependa nikizingatie, basi longa nasi katika mitandao yetu ya Radio Generation Kenya.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Alright. Tuanze na gazeti gani hapa hivi? Kuna The Standard newspaper ambao pale mbele wanasema who's fooling whom? Yeah. And before the ink had dried on the cooperation agreement between President William Ruto and Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, a political backlash had already erupted. Critics are branding the 80 billion shillings pact a backdoor takeover disguised as a partnership. Senators, MPs and civil society groups say the opaque deal sidelines the Senate and County Assembly, skirts public participation and risks reviving the ghost of NMS. With the billions in play as the 2027 contest edges closer, opponents argue the capital city is being turned into a high-stakes arena for graft. Honorable Babu Owino Embakasi East MP was saying this. He was saying, why do we need the national government to sweep the streets of Nairobi? Akasema yani tunashindwa tu kufagia Nairobi. Ati alikuwa anauliza, do we need Ruto tufagie barabara zetu. And that thing of course sent the reporters who were there in that press conference into laughter. But it got me thinking, to be honest, what is so difficult about just taking care of the garbage in Nairobi? Yes, I'm aware of cartels. We have heard of cartels that actually are in charge of the garbage in Nairobi. But what is so difficult about getting rid of these cartels? There's also another way of dealing with cartels, which is negotiating with cartels, where you tell them, okay guys, look, we need to clean up this place. Okay? You bring them to the table. No, Ambia, what can we do to ensure this thing is going to work? We don't want to fight you, because clearly we might not be able to do it, or the casualties may be more than we expect or we can handle on both sides. And since you're citizens of this country, can we just work together? Can we make you legitimate so that you can stop being cartels? You become legal. But make sure you take care of the takataka business. That is something that me nezafanya kama governor. The other option is bring in these guys called the Kenya Defense Forces. Waambie sasa wase, unaona ile takataka ya Dandora, it is your sole responsibility. Make sure that that thing is taken care of. Unataka kuniambia KDF wanaweza shindwa na hiyo kazi?
You know, Paul, this issue of cartels is a story that is told to explain not just the inefficiency or the inability, but what it is that people benefit from in the name of service to the people. We have cartels in water. We have cartels in almost everything in this country, and it is mentioned. For us to mention cartels, we know they exist. Now, surely we have a DCI, we have NIS. You are telling me that we do not know who the individuals behind these things are. We do, but we do nothing about it. Why? Because clearly, even people who are supposed to ensure that they don't exist benefit from it. So there is a false conversation we have, and this is the cyclical conversation we always have about, oh, we can get rid of the cartels. Of course we can, but do we want to? You see, there is a way in which garbage is managed. It is not complicated. I've observed in the recent past as I drive through Nairobi, there are bins that have been placed in strategic places all over Nairobi by the county government. It is a good initiative, okay? It is a very good initiative, and it must be lauded as such. However, the very process of ensuring, even if you want to bring in private contractors, it is absolutely okay, but must be order and there must be standards, so that if somebody is given the job of ensuring that garbage is managed, because this is not collection, it's managed. Collection is just part of that process. Then we know so-and-so is responsible for this particular region. So when there's a problem, we know what to do with it. Then there's the issue of Dandora and what needs to be done with it. Solutions abound. And we have in this country experts. In this country, we have documentation that has been brought about through research of how best we can manage that. But that doesn't make these individuals the sort of money they want to make. So there is talk about doing the right thing, but there's never any movement in the direction of actually doing what strategically ought to be done. It's a conversation that we keep having and having and having, year in, year out, year in, year out, and it doesn't seem to move. It goes quiet and it starts again.
I hosted someone who is in the trash business, and perhaps actually it's time we bring them back so they can tell us what this person, it's a lady, she was telling me that I was asking her, and this is before I even knew stories za cartels. Nilikuwa namuuliza, there's a lot of trash in Nairobi County. Kwani shida iko wapi? Akaniambia, my friend, there are people who decide and determine whether your truck will take garbage to Dandora. You just don't drive to Dandora with your trash, with your whatever gari ya matakataka, and then you just go and dump it there. No, there's someone who will. You will have to get permission from, so that you can dump that trash.
And
there.
Permission involves you paying some money.
Yes.
That's permission.
Yes.
Yes.
Because hakuna mtu kataa pesa hii Kenya. Na akasema usipolipe hiyo pesa, wewe joma utapeleka takataka yako.
Now you see, are you telling me that DCI and the security services don't know that they do? They do.
What if CT, the people who are actually in charge of that takataka, are these folks that we see in suits on TV every single day? Politicians, businessmen, the same people who are here telling us that we have your best interests at heart, the same people who are telling us this person is bad, the same people who are telling us these people are thugs. the same people that we call mtu wetu.
Same people.
Yeah. What if those are the guys? Because we tend to think that cartels are some shadowy figures
There's nothing shadowy about
who are
them.
in the dark that we'll never get to see.
They are never, my friend. Let me give you perspective. In the days of what we called, what was that ministry called? Local government.
Yes.
Research that was done on what we now refer to as own source revenue by various research groups. But they seem to coalesce around an understanding that only one third of what was collected ended up in the coffers of government. The other 2/3 were consumed by whoever it is who was charged. County governments came, they more or less recycled the very same people who are in this process. So rest assured, nothing has changed.
Bro, let me tell you something. When we started this whole devolution thing, some of these cartel masters, from what I understand, are the same guys who became governors. They became senators, members of parliament, and so on and so forth. And those who did not get to that level of power, they still maintained power by sponsoring folks who will actually go to parliament, senate, who will go to the governor's positions. So that now our person is the one who's in charge now.
Something like, say, revenue collection in Nairobi. For the longest time, what many people didn't know, when you talk about cartels, it began from the days of councillors. Councillors would ensure that people who support them are employed within the system of the council. And after a while, it becomes like a family business. So you even know what to expect. This is public money being collected. But at the end of the day, this is long before digitalization, all these things. Hard cash would be paid to the cashier within the council, and that window would shut at 3 p.m. Because banks shut at 3 p.m. Okay? So, but the collection continued. So where do you think this money went? The collection continued. There were some 2 clear hours, even 3, when they could still collect money. So over time, this was the norm. So even when systems changed, the habits did not change. Then we got digital. You pay through
mobile money.
Bro, the same mindset. The more you increase the rates for payment, the more you give the people who are supposed to collect an opportunity to make money. They'll charge you 100.
For example, we're still on cartels, yeah?
We're still on cartels.
For example, you know the way kitambo kulikuwanga na police operations and matatus would be cracked down. You know, unasikia kuna operation Ngong Road, kuna operation Mombasa Road, siju kuna operation Thika Road, and so on and so forth. Wayakiwe kuna operation. And that day you'd find matatus on Thika Road are not even plying that route. Why? Because wanachukua sana manze Juma Karawa wanachukua pesa mingi sana. And then matatus were now organized into circles. So we have all these circles. Embasava circle, sijui Rembo Shato circle.
You name it.
Kenatwa. Someone told me, an insider in the matatu industry told me, nowadays what happens is, you will no longer see operations. Matatus are no longer, sijui Wayakiwe, sijui crackdown, Elisha. What happens is, every circle has just been told, deliver X amount of money at the end of the month.
Simple. Let's streamline the service. Let the business flow.
So, ndio tusisumbane huko kwa barabara, mwenye aliniambia alikuwa ananiambia $500,000
per month.
Yes, from every circle.
That's kunyingi.
You tell me, if indeed
if that is true,
if there's someone receiving all this money somewhere.
There's a guy called Albert Ojwang, whose death we're still talking about.
Right, yes.
It is argued, and there are those who have said that he spoke about this same thing and talked about how this money trickles up, not down, to the very highest, and Vigilance House was mentioned somewhere along the line.
For sure, yeah.
Okay? Which means...
And they've actually even beyond Vigilance House.
Yes,
because Vigilance House is just the central bank.
Yes.
Now there is a distribution channel as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So essentially, when you find such a network and is entrenched within the people who are supposed to help us uphold the law, so what exactly do you think is going to happen? Now, that's just the road. Security services don't begin and end with the road users. It pervades everything.
Yes.
If that is the mindset, that all these things we refer to cartel are business opportunities, how do you think it's going to stop? And yet, it is seen as a business opportunity.
Yeah.
The harm it does and how the citizenry suffer, that is a secondary issue. So long as the money is being made, everything else is secondary. Every once in a while, there'll be an appearance of outrage about how can this happen. It may, if it lasts 2 days, it's really long.
Yeah.
Then we simply settle back and go back to what we're doing before. Yes. So the issue of cartels, the issue of the thing that ought to be done being done. Why are we still talking about ghost teachers, ghost schools? I mean, it's baffling to the point of being absolutely confusing.
Yeah.
You can't talk about ghost schools without knowing their existence. Because if you didn't know their existence, how would you know that they exist?
True story.
Yes. So I'm saying we are one huge cartel. Huge.
Yesterday, Dr. Barak Muluka called us what? Useful idiots.
Yes.
Yes.
Diabo.
We're actually part of the cartel. We, as Kenyans, we are part of that conmanship.
We participate in it. We participate in it.
Very much so.
Yes.
We are, actually, we might be the main characters.
In the absence of our participation, this particular demon cannot actually survive or thrive.
Yeah.
We give it oxygen, we give it air.
Unaona sasa askari kwa sababu wezi shika matatu, sasa wanashika hizi personal cars. My friend, if a cop stops you, two things. It's either unamchotea ama mnaenda station. That's how bad it is. Na ukifika station, they withdraw your keys, bro, utazungushwa.
You know, by the way, they actually can't do that. You know,
but for some strange reason it happens.
Because for some strange reason, they even peel off your insurance, chief.
Yes.
Yes, so it's not as though, look, when you have a gangster economy like ours, and I'm calling it just that, where the rules that apply are the rules we see in movies and people doing what they're doing. In many ways, that system has now broken down. And yet the strange thing is that within that system, there are people who are actually doing right.
Yeah.
Because if they weren't there, this thing would have collapsed. Because it hasn't collapsed, that's a sign that there are people who actually do what needs to be done and they're doing it well. And arguably, the vast majority of people actually are doing the right thing, not the minority. Those who perpetrate these things are not in the majority, because if they were, we'd have no country.
Let's check out the Daily Nation. Front page, it says, fresh plot to impeach Sakaja. He is under Sieke. You remember the IG who said under Sieke? Anyway, so he's under siege. According to Nairobi MCAs, wait, what am I saying? Nairobi MCAs have revived their bid to impeach Governor Johnson Sakaja, claiming his deal with State House for help to run the county is admission of inability to govern. Now, this story is on page 4 and 5. Yeah, and again, Baba Wino was saying yesterday, that Sakaja mesemati, they will implement whatever will come out of public participation. So he was like, so these guys have no intention. I have no intention to actually do public participation. Oh no, sorry, that is Sifuna. Sifuna that is wanna maybe. I was saying these guys have no intention of what if the public participation, for example, exercise reveals that Nairobians actually do not want this pact with Gava. So these guys have not anticipated a situation whereby Kenyans will actually say no to this particular arrangement.
You know, the thing that I can say, if I were to contribute to this discussion, is this, The Constitution exists not for the purpose of it existing, so that we understand it, because that's how our lives are supposed to be governed.
Yeah.
There are two articles that are quoted in this discussion. Article 187, which refers to the transfer of functions. By the way, from any level of government, from county to national government, from national government to county government, he speaks and he says it is possible. And Article 192, the suspension of the county government where wiki tu inafungwa, but there's a process to it. The Senate must authorize it, and there must be an independent inquiry before that happens. Public participation is always implicit in all these things, because you are making fundamental changes, and the citizenry need to be involved because you're making the changes on their behalf. Truth be told, okay? Every time we have these discussions, it's an opportunity for us to understand how our constitution actually works, so that we don't depend on hearsay or the interpretation that an individual has on this particular matter,
Yeah.
or any angst they may have with the process or the people in government, but what the law says. It's an opportunity for us to understand it. So my challenge to the people who want to talk about this subject, go and read these things for yourself.
Yeah.
Just find out what exactly it says. Whether it is that somebody's actually acting within the law or they are not. Just go and find out for yourself. And then you will know. So when you have a discussion about it, and by the way, some of these things are not at the opaque. It's clear. It is written A, B, C, D. And even the details are given to you. So you just read and understand that this is exactly what they're talking about. Yes.
Yeah. So, hii kitu ni noma.
Sifuna has spoken about it, Senator Sifuna. It is his job, because it is the job of
Yeah.
the Senate to oversight county governments.
Yeah.
It is his job. And if he did not speak about it, then you say, bro, why on earth did we elect you as a senator of this particular even if you didn't vote for him, he's still your senator.
Yeah, he serves you.
Yeah, upende usipende. So I am saying this, when he speaks about it, he is doing his job. That's his job. And I've listened to the things he has said on this subject, and the man has gone and said, look, this is what I think ought to have been done. So he's not just saying mbaya kabisa. He's saying no, we ought to have gone through this process like this, which means he's saying, look, it's not that you can't do it. You can.
There are provisions in law to make
This
sure it
is
happens.
what you need to do. Yes.
Rogue police link to crime is on page 7. Two violent, robberies across 3 counties have again drawn attention to an emerging pattern to rogue police officers. Yesterday, or was it the day before yesterday? 2 cops were lynched. Walichomwa.
Wapi?
Wakauawa
Wapi?
na wananchi.
Wapi?
Una habari baba?
No, I honestly sina.
Nitakwambia ni wapi. But kuna makarao walishikwa na wakatandikwa properly na wakauawa.
Wapi?
Your place where did it happen?
Lakini niko hapa Kenya.
Hapa tu Kenya. Hata nitaipata alafu nitakueleza. Ninaweza kosa ukipata sasa tukisearch online. But yes, 2 cops yesterday were murdered by the public because of that problem that cops were involved in a crime. So if bad, but I mean, we have always known that there are usually some rogue officers here and there that are involved in crime. Yeah. So that is a story we shall definitely be. I'll actually make sure I get that story before we start the conversation in the next hour. Still on the Daily Nation, 1,000 Kenyans fighting in Russia, or rather fighting for Russia in the Russia-Ukraine war. This is according to the NIS. And then vitamin A shortage puts children at risk of deadly infections. They either asked me to save Raila from Moi detention horror. In the late 90s, Martha Koome was a young lawyer and activist whose most urgent priority was to find her footing in the profession when she was unexpectedly thrust into the intensity of multi-party politics and the brutal crackdown by the Daniel Moi regime. Yeah, so there's an exclusive of that story inside the Daily Nation. You can get it on pages 2 and 3 so that you can understand what exactly it is that CJ Martha Koome did at the time when she was a young budding lawyer. Kuna Sungura wetu amesema Isifuna spark for ODM only or for Kenya as a whole. So Isifuna spark for ODM only or for Kenya as a whole? Good question, Sungura. Well, it depends. If he's lucky enough to, garner national momentum, then it will be for the whole country. My take 2.1, Aluda Sifuna and consistency in one sentence. How? Did the meaning of consistency change? Sifuna is the one who committed ODM to broad-based, in fact, twice. Then shortly afterwards, disowns it. He is a con, according to my take 2.0. Zen anasema, have a blessed day, fam. Indeed, have a blessed day as well. This is now what, day 2 of Ramadan. Nimesikia watu bana wamejikazia sana, but ni muhimu na pia ni day 2 ya Lent. So big shout out to the folks who observe in those particular days. We wish you all the best indeed. Why don't you let us know again where you're tuned in from and what you think about some of the stories that we are talking about here on the show. You can get to us through our various social media spaces at Radio Gen KE on X. We are also on Facebook at Radio Generation Kenya. Sorry, that's where you'll get to interact with us on Facebook. On YouTube, we are live at Radio Generation Kenya as well. You can also watch us live on those spaces I've spoken about. But also, if you want, you can get over to radiogeneration.co.ke, where we are live and direct. And you will also get to read a couple of more stories as far as what is making headlines across the globe is concerned. So whether you're interested in the news, politics-wise, you want to check a worldview of some of the conversations happening all over the world, business, technology, entertainment, zote ziko pale. Lakini kwa sasa tunasema news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A JKIA law court has sentenced a Thai national to 27 years in prison for trafficking cocaine. Senior Principal Magistrate Irene Gishobi handed the sentence after finding Netima Ngamsab guilty of trafficking more than 2 kilograms of cocaine valued at about 8.3 million Kenya shillings. The court had the drugs had been hidden in a false bottom of a grey suitcase in violation of the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Control Act. The prosecution, led by John Tago, called 11 witnesses whose testimonies linked the accused to the offense. The Ministry of Interior is facing pressure from members of parliament over claims that some government officials helped recruit Kenyans to fight in the Russia-Ukraine war. A report by the National Intelligence Service tabled in parliament says officials from the Immigration Department, the DCI and the National Employment Authority were involved in the scheme. The report claims they helped the recruits leave the country without being stopped at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. It also reveals that more than 1,000 Kenyans were recruited, with at least 28 reported missing in action.
They were deployed to active war front areas. One Kenyan, Eric Korinko, was shot and unfortunately lost his life. Others remain injured or missing in Russia. The agencies have been colluding with rogue airport staff from the Directorate of Immigration Services, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, Anti-Narcotics Unit, and National Employment Authority to facilitate the recruits without interception at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. They have also been colluding with staff at the Russian Embassy in Nairobi and the Kenyan Embassy in Moscow.
Jubilee Party Deputy Leader Dr. Fred Matiang'i says he will only accept the opposition's choice of a presidential flag bearer if the process is free, transparent and inclusive. Matiang'i's State House bid has gained momentum after the Party of National Unity PNU announced it will not field a presidential candidate in 2027 and will instead back his candidacy. Jubilee Party announced that the two parties have agreed to work together, describing the moment as defining in Kenya's political history.
From where I sit, it ought to be an inclusive process, because in alliance building and coalition building, process is as important as the outcome itself. If our interest is unity and to bring everybody together, then honestly there is no substitute for inclusion, including the public. And ensuring that we are open and transparent about this issue. What are we hiding? We are not looking for family leadership, we are looking for public leadership. The people of Kenya should be involved in the process all along.
Lazima tuketi tukubaliane conditions ni gani, na tumewe hizo conditions lazima siwe na uasi.
President William Ruto has defended the 80 billion shillings cooperation agreement between Nairobi County Government and the national government. Speaking during a tour of Nairobi River Corridor on Wednesday, the head of state said the agreement will hasten services delivery, assuring residents county functions have not been transferred to the national government.
Pia hapa tutaweka maduka ya wananchi wa hapa kufanya biashara. Tunawajengea vile vile manyumba, na ni nyumba ambayo wewe mwananchi wa kawaida utaweza kulipia. Mwezi wa 3 sasa tutaanza kujenga madaraja. Hapa tuko na daraja 44 kwa hii Nairobi River.
Rescue teams combing through the backcountry of California's Lake Tahoe region in the US said they have found the bodies of 8 skiers who went missing in an avalanche on Tuesday. The search for a final missing skier continues, but that person is presumed dead, Nevada County Sheriff Shannon Moon said at a news conference on Wednesday. Officials said one of the deceased was the spouse of someone on one of the search and rescue teams, making continued rescue efforts challenging emotionally. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is where, of course, we get facts from the shadows. It is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, and, of course, Garissa 89.5. How are you doing? City, before we introduce our guest, the place where a couple was lynched is in Kwanza, they stole 1.2 million bob from a civilian.
The police.
This particular police plus other civilians.
Oh, yeah. Police walikuwa na civilians fulani.
Yes.
Na watu walikuwa wezi.
Okay. Ilikuwa ni askari mmoja na watu wengine 4. Okay. Wakaambush jamaa fulani, alikuwa ametoka benki, alikuwa amewithdraw 1.2 million
cash money.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so that one wakamkamata, wakamalizana na yeye papo hapo.
By the way,
this happened in Muhoroni.
You know that's where I come from?
Yes. It happened in Muhoroni.
Huko ni kweli, na ile bank ambayo iko pale ni KCB.
So jamaa alikuwa ametoka pale, wakamkamata, wakamshika, then of course he screamed for help. Wananchi wakakuja wakamsaidia. Those guys, all 5 killed.
Let's put it this way. Summary judgment is never far from the minds of my people.
Yeah.
If, bro, you can die like this.
Ni kweli.
Imagine it wasn't true and somebody shouts thief. And because it's not as though they went and asked, did you actually steal this money? No. They descended on this person. Now imagine somebody shouts thief. Now you're not a thief, so you're dead.
Even if umeenda.
Yes.
Even if umeenda.
As they say, case badai.
Kesi badai.
Bro. Anyway.
Still on Matters Money, why your CRB status matters. We are with the founder of Metropole Corporation, Metropole CRB, Dr. Sam Omukoko. Daktari, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Should I give him the proverb?
Yes, you should actually.
I think.
Yes. Daktari, good morning.
Morning.
Uko salama kabisa?
Kabisa.
Yes. Siti yako na methali.
Yes.
Proverb ambayo angependa kushare na wewe. Labda ikuchangamshe kidogo, tuambie ina maana gani kwako.
Okay.
Yes.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of the Gambia. A very interesting country in many ways. Small, somewhere Central Africa, as you're heading towards west, it's somewhere in the Middle East. It's a small country.
Yes.
But we know about it because there was a lady who comes from there called Bensouda. Bensouda was known because of her participation in the ICC.
Yes.
She's not the only known person. But I talk about the ICC because we have a very direct relation with ICC as a country.
Yes.
Because we had 2 individuals, prominent individuals in this country, who featured there briefly, and then they featured out.
And actually, Karim Khan, who I think he's a former immediate, is he still the ICC prosecutor?
He was
Karim Khan.
I think he is, but he was a lawyer who represented
President Ruto when he was DP at the time.
Was it Ruto or Uhuru?
He represented Ruto.
All right.
Yes.
But he became prosecutor.
Yes, at the ICC.
So we do have a relationship with the ICC. And with that in mind, we have a relationship with Gambia.
Actually, we do. Yes.
The proverb, people get fed up even with honey.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Now tell me, what do you think this proverb means?
If you take it for a long time,
yes,
then the test in it, you sort of like normalize the test. And therefore it ceases to be that differentiated honey that you know.
Well stated. Well stated.
True story.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Now, if you now apply that beautiful explanation to everyday life, how would you apply it?
That we need to understand objectives of things and move very, very quickly to what was the objective of what we were doing and know that we have actually achieved our objective.
Thank you. You have put it well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Asante sana Daktari. So tell us a little bit about Metropole Corporation.
So thank you very much for the opportunity, and your voices are familiar. You are actually, Radio Generation is my default radio.
Is that
in my car.
Oh!
Glad to hear that.
Yes. And more because of the issues that you discuss and the guests that you bring.
We hope we do those conversations justice.
Yes.
Yes, we want immediate feedback.
Yes.
Sometimes when I'm in the car, I feel like raising my hand and saying, I need to comment on that.
You know what? You can actually even call in.
Yes. So Metropole was set up in 1996 as a business information company. But basically, the idea of the Credit Reference Bureau came to me in 1994 while I was working for KCB. Generally, the way banks were sharing information with each other about customer applications was not satisfactory. It was biased. And also, when customers go to apply for loans with banks, they release information that they believe will help them get the facility. And what they think is adversely would be adverse to the application, they don't release.
Yes.
And we call that information asymmetry.
Okay.
That the applicant of the loan knows some information that they are not willing to release voluntarily. And that would always affect the decision that the lender will take.
Okay.
So we thought that lenders tend to tighten their credit because they are feeling, I do not know enough about this person, and yet I'm in the business of lending. I need to give them money. So what do I then do? I will ask for a guarantee or a collateral. So give me an asset, I'll give you the money that you're looking for.
Yes.
So they basically have not appraised your ability to pay or your credit worthiness. They are comfortable because the asset you're giving is an easy asset to sell just in case you decide not to. Yeah. But then it comes to the question.
Yes.
How many people have assets that they can pledge to the bank?
Not many.
Not many. And there lied the problem, that credit was only being selectively done to people who had assets. And yet credit is required by almost everybody for purposes of supporting their consumption, for purposes for businesses in terms of
expansion.
Yes, expansion, investment they have to make. So they have to away. What do we do? How do we open the doors for credit without telling the banks that your money is being put at risk? You will lose your money. And also being able to say, okay, for customers, for borrowers, take the money and use it responsibly. So that was really the crux of the matter. That's what created the opportunity to say, if this economy has to grow, there has to be the channels of credit have got to be opened. But what is the formula? How do you do it? Yeah, without putting the bank's capital at risk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how old is Metropole?
Metropole now is 25 years.
So for 25 years, you've been collecting all this data?
Yes.
Wow.
But initially, because when the idea crystallized and we went out in the market, we realized that the legal structure was not there for banks to share information. So we had to sit together as stakeholders and say we need to have an amendment made in the Banking Act to allow the banks to share information. But that took quite a bit of time. It actually took about 7 years, from 2000 to 2007 when we got the amendment. But the amendment we got also was not what we were looking for.
Okay.
Because the amendment focused on banks sharing default information.
All right.
Information on those who had defaulted. But the system requires that you share all the information about a customer.
Yes.
So you sort of like start building their credit history.
So what information exactly does Metropole get from these finance institutions?
It's all the information about a credit contract. So first, it's that who are you? The identity of the applicant. So we go to get your legal status. If you are an individual, you have a national ID, you have an account, your contact and things like that. If it's a business, are you registered? Where do you operate from? And things like that. Then, of course, you come down and say, what do you do as a business? If an individual, are you employed or are you, what is it you do? If it's a business, what kind of business are you? Then now we come to the credit contracts. What have you borrowed? How much have you borrowed? For how long? And whom have you borrowed from? And how is the loan performing?
Yes.
Yeah. And then have you had any issues? Things like bouncing checks, or you are taken to court for some issue or whatever, related issues.
To that particular loan?
To that particular loan.
Okay, no, this is ingine mfuatili.
No.
OSG, I was in a bar fight somewhere. That one is not germane to
it's not connected.
your business.
It's not connected to. We'll come to that one when we're now developing.
Yes.
And we're getting into something called a trust score.
Okay. Wait, what?
A trust score. And I'll talk about that at some point.
Okay.
Yes.
So now you get information about this loan that I have borrowed, everything that pertains to that loan.
Yes.
My employment history. Will you know the employers I have worked for over the period over the years that I've been in employment?
Well, the most important one is the current employer.
Okay.
But if you still use addresses of the previous employer, you can state that I used to work for this location. But we also want your residential information.
Okay.
Say, where do you live? Because that's important.
Why is it important?
Because in the credit contract, when customers default, you go into the collection process. And so you want to know, okay, so
you want to come from my TV?
Yes, not TV necessarily.
Yes.
But to really...
Why don't we start with your car?
There are some who do not have cars, but yes. So you want to come for my property, basically.
If you pledged property to secure that loan.
Yes.
But if you didn't pledge the property to secure that loan, basically somebody, and matters have gone really bad,
yes,
it's somebody to serve you a letter to say, you know, you are required in court.
Okay.
So where do they find you? Either at your employment?
If I may pause for a while.
Yeah.
There's a hiatus. Before it gets to the point where people want to know where you live physically and want to come for you, surely certain things must have happened before it gets to that stage.
Yes.
It's not as though you're not able to pay for 1 or 2 months and suddenly they want to come for your property. What is it that is the process that financial institutions follow to try and determine whether there is a problem, whether you can still pay, or whatever it is? Because I don't think financial institutions are in the business of selling people's houses and TVs and cars and so forth. That's not their business. Yes.
Yes, and you're very right. That's not their business. But the way they hedge their risk is that they would want to hedge it with some asset.
Yes.
So you could pledge household items or a specific property that you have. That presupposes that in the event that the plan that you gave to repay the loan does not work, then we go into a recovery process.
That's where I was before they get into the recovery process,
Yes.
do these financial institutions explore and determine what it is that is bringing about this problem that is manifesting in you not paying?
So the credit administration process. So you apply for credit, you are assessed for credit worthiness, and they determine that yes, you can repay based on the information that you have provided. Then you are given the money. Then the credit administration process kicks in. So if you are repaying on time, nobody it doesn't prompt anybody to look at your account. But when you begin to miss payments or pay late, then you appear on the radar. You begin to appear on the radar. If you miss a whole installment and miss another one, in this country, the way we measure default is 90 days.
Yes.
So after 90 days, then you have gone into default. Now, when you have gone into default, then the bank has a process. They will call you and try to find out why you having problems in repaying this particular debt. If you are proactive, you can actually walk to them and say, look, guys, I had this contract that was saying I need to pay my loan on a monthly basis, but I've not been able because of ABCD. So you will try and agree. So are you able to continue or are you not able to continue? Usually there's a bit of jostling up and down. And you give your case and the bank says, look, this is money that we gave and it had terms. Also, when you go into default, the interest rate that you are being charged also changes. If it was 15%, it goes to 18%.
Right.
And things like that. So the debt begins to escalate. Yeah. So there will be a process there of can you continue to repay or you have reached the end of your ability to service the loan.
But a CRB such as yours doesn't necessarily do debt collection. Yours is just to provide information about someone's credit history, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So at no point will I see watu wameandikwa Metropole wakikuja kwa nyumba yangu ati sasa tumekujia TV yako na mimi nilichukua loan na bank fulani. That won't happen.
No, that will not happen.
Okay.
For us, as we're a depository of information, what we give to lenders is your credit history, the profile of the loans that you have taken, and how you have been servicing those loans. So the bank should then be able to see that based on this information, what is is this a good risk or is it a bad risk?
A credit reference bureau, who gets to be listed in the bureau?
Now, I will give a long answer to that question.
Please give as long an answer as you like, because I would like our listeners to understand.
Yes.
Yes.
The way the banking law was amended to introduce the Credit Reference Bureau in this country, we had sought that banks should share full credit information about how a customer is servicing their loan. But the way the law was amended, it mandated banks first to start sharing default information and keep away
the clean ones.
The clean ones. So when the bureau mechanism was introduced in the country, it became labeled as a blacklist. So you were in the bureau because you had defaulted.
Wewe ulipangi madeni.
Yes. And it really helped in the sense that I saw one case of AFC where AFC gave a notice in the papers that we're joining the bureau mechanism and it was giving its customers 30 days to clean up their accounts.
Yes.
And people who had investigation reports that they were not there actually surfaced.
So we had people who had died who resurrected.
Yes. Who resurrected, because the net effect of that was that if your name is in the Credit Reference Bureau as a defaulter, when you go for a fresh loan and the bank references and they find that you are listed
You're
there,
definitely not
then they will
getting
not
that
give
loan.
you money. Yeah. And so that immediately had an impact. That. So when the banks put all the default information in the bureau, so the bureau became a blacklist. Then the banks started doing something that was not correct. Every time you applied for a loan and they were walking you through, they would tell you, please make sure you repay this loan so that we don't take your name to the
CRB.
CRB. sort of became a collection tool. Let your name go into the CRB because if you default, then that's what will happen.
Yes.
But we went back and said, this was not the purpose of the CRB. The purpose of the CRB was to enhance people's credit worthiness by looking at their payment history. So it will only work if you combine both negative and positive information. So an amendment was done in 2013, and now the CRB collects all of your credit information.
Yes.
Yeah.
Someone actually, when we posted the photos of Metropole yesterday saying that Daktari will be here in studio, someone actually called me and told me, Movie, make sure you ask this question. So here's the question.
Yes.
I'm going to paraphrase, of course. So there's someone who was to be, who was called to an interview. It was an employment opportunity. Then this person, at the very last stage, like kila kitu iko sawa, academic qualifications zake ziko sawa, this person has got the right experience and everything that comes with it. But at the last minute, this particular individual was told, it's a gentleman, he was told that you have a very bad credit history, so unfortunately you cannot be employed in this company. Is that something that should be happening with a credit score?
This is a highly debatable issue. I know it's very emotive.
Yes.
In the sense that just the way you've put it, I have all the qualifications except that my credit history
iko vibaya.
And what does that speak to? If you go to the Constitution today in chapter 6, it talks about
leadership and integrity. Yes.
And financial probity.
Right.
That if you are a leader or you're seeking a leadership position, and you are not able to organize your financial matters, what does that tell people? Yeah? Is there something we can infer from that?
Right.
Do we say you are genuinely unable, or you just decided that you don't want to service this particular debt? And if you're going to be responsible for people's assets, people's things, and you are challenged by these personal issues about how you service commitment to other people, then it begins to point to some sort of a challenge that could be a character issue.
Okay.
So what most employers want to check is that, do you have that kind of history?
All right.
Now, how do frauds occur? Frauds follow certain patterns. There's pressure, from some corner. So here you are an employee, but you have a challenge about a financial issue. Probably that debt that is appearing on your profile is causing you a lot of problems. So what do you if you're exposed to money in the organization?
Yes.
What do you begin to?
What is your relationship with money or to money?
Yes. So you probably begins to think, hey, is there a way I can extend my hand
and pay my problems?
So we know that there's a relationship, could be very remote, but if you go back and start studying that, what are the characteristics of fraud, people who commit fraud?
Okay.
In employment, you would find there's a relationship, a back relationship on how they manage their finances.
So what if, for example, someone suddenly loses their job, and in the process of them losing their job, they had probably taken a bank loan to pay a car loan, to pay school fees for their children, a mortgage loan here and there. So kazi imepotea na uko na malon tu zinakufuata. Such a person obviously will be listed on a reference bureau. In such a case, that person is greatly disadvantaged, because here they've lost their job, so they do not have an income completely, and now probably their next job is pegged on this particular CRB listing.
And that is a very big challenge because many of the people who default because they lost a job, or they had a sickness in the house and money was...
their business died.
Died and stuff like that.
Yes.
So in cases like those ones, it remains between you and the potential employer for you to explain that this is the situation that sent me to in this particular case that I have. So it will depend on whether the employer can be able to put that in context and understand what it is that you're saying. But generally, one expects that you have dealt with that problem, you have spoken to your financier, and they understand the challenge that you're having. So it's sort of like, at first sight, one needs to know, why have you defaulted?
Yes.
So the explanation you give is extremely important. Yeah.
There's something that is perhaps not often discussed. It's how it is financial institutions, banks specifically, understand the relationship they have with money and with those who come to buy money. Because when I come to seek a loan, I'm coming to buy money from you.
Yes.
And you sell it to me at a certain rate. I'm going to explain. I'm going to follow in your example and give a long explanation as to why I'm approaching this question I'm about to ask in this way. The process of banking and the understanding of financial responsibility is at the heart of this process we refer to as borrowing. Now, culturally, from your observation, how do Kenyans relate to borrowing and repaying? Forget bank loans, because that's now a higher level of borrowing. When a relative of yours asks you to lend them 5,000 shillings, are you likely to see that 5,000 shillings, or is it a gift you've given them, but in the name of them borrowing?
So now you are tackling behavioral issues. And behavioral issues come in as a function of many factors: personal characteristics, culture, and generally people's dispositions to life. I'll give you a very interesting case that if I look across the Kenyan landscape and I try to segment and say Western, Nyanza, Central, Coast, and I look at borrowing habits and I look at repayment, then you see a pattern emerging.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, you see a pattern emerging. You see less appetite for credit in Western, but higher defaults. You see a higher appetite for credit in Central, but again higher service. Service.
Service. Okay.
Yeah. So you then want to go back and say the exact question you're saying. I lend you the 5,000. Did you take it as a loan or just
as a gift?
As a gift. And who am I to you? You can say, this is my uncle, this is my brother, this is my whatever. If he gives me money, I'll only pay when I'm able to pay.
Yes.
And probably if there's pressure for me to pay. So what we find is that the attitude of people towards debt differs across different jurisdictions. It has something to do with the level of economic activity that is going on in that particular area. It's also got to do with past events. Like if you go to Western, particularly where I come from in Kakamega, people used to take loans and do not service the loans, and auctioneers will come to sell their land. People are thrown out of houses. So a general fear of credit just went through people. So people don't want to borrow. Say if you take a loan, shamba yako itaenda. But even here where we have dealt with the issue of shamba, we are saying it is your character. It is your character that will determine whether you get the money or not. That fear is still there. So there are quite a number of factors that go into that issue of, I have taken a loan, should I service it or should I not service it?
You see, the ethos around borrowing and repayment at some level is a social and cultural issue.
Yes.
Cultural in the sense that you get to how people from different communities relate to money and what they see money as. People who understand it as a tool for doing business will understand repayment very well, because they will have understood that repayment guarantees that you will get more.
Yes.
Okay? There are those who receive it and it meets the need for that particular moment until another need arises and they need to go and borrow, and yet not realizing that the repayment is what now will actually solve this problem that you have, you consistently have. I'm talking about financial literacy and the importance of it being part and parcel of the way we do things. Why? Because financial literacy is what leads to people understanding even the need to save money.
Yes.
Financial literacy is what brings about the understanding of money should be seen for what it is. Okay? It's a tool. And there are many things you can do with it if you understand how it is that those who give it to you understand it, and how it is you can use it for your own benefit. All that.
Yes.
It took me very many years to come to this thing that I'm saying here, because I was like these other natives who borrow money. And somehow I forget that there was a schedule of payment, and I pay when I think I should be paying. Yes, it took a bit of time. Now, why am I saying this? The cultural influences are far more powerful than whatever education you may think you have. And they will influence you in ways that you probably don't even understand. And then there's a small component here which perhaps doesn't receive sufficient discussion. It's called discipline. Where when you sign a contract, you've actually committed. Now there's a discipline of ensuring that you fulfill that particular understanding. Again, it's part of this story of financial literacy. Now my question. These systems are useful if you understand how they work and the purpose they serve. Part of your being here is so that people can get to understand these systems better. Okay?
Yes.
If I were just to ask you a general question, when do you think this subject of financial literacy should be introduced to the citizens of a country like Kenya, so that it's something that you start interacting with as soon as you possibly can, so that it's not something that you wait for until you are supposedly employed or you're doing something where you're paid, is when you now start interacting with it. At that point, you're already an adult.
Wow. So, look at it this way. You only invest money that you have saved.
Yes.
Investment comes from
Yes,
savings. So how are we performing in that area as a country?
Dismally.
And therefore, we find that we have to keep running outside to borrow or get grants, what other people have saved, to do our investments. So, and that speaks to what you're saying. Why are people not able to save? Is it because there's not enough they are making, or they are not aware that if we require the investments that brings the products and the infrastructure that we want, there has to be sufficient savings coming from us. So there's a problem there. When are you supposed to start interacting with that information? It obviously has to go to do within your school system. So I reflect back and say, in our school days, were we taught commerce? And at what point did we start interacting with it? If you are not in the line of commerce, you actually started interacting with commercial knowledge when you go into employment. So that's when you begin to learn, you get employed and you earn a salary and people talk to you about savings and things like that. So there is a challenge in how the education system has brought money issues or commerce into what people should learn. Yeah, it comes into people's lives at a very late stage. And yet it is so important that people need to understand about money and the role of money at a very early stage. These changes that we are seeing that are happening in our syllabus and things like that, this is part of what needs to be incorporated in those syllabuses. So yes, there are cultural issues, but how do you deal with cultural issues? Education is what helps to open up people's understanding about what is important about their lives. So part of what we have also been challenged as a business is to say we need to go out and educate people about the purpose of a credit reference bureau and its benefits. But how do you do it? So sometimes you work together with the banks and say, can we have a joint program to go out and talk to your customers so that they do not misunderstand the purpose of the bureau. So financial literacy, critical to this, but it's about how we have structured our whole entire education system and how people begin to interact with commerce as they progress through their lives.
You know, the point you make is a very good one. You see, there is an experience that there is an experience with the financial institutions that most citizens go through. Is you have what you call a bank account, and money is supposed to go into it.
Yes.
But everything that you've mentioned so far with reference to a credit reference bureau and how it is actually central to all the things that you think you may want or need financially, that is lost in the conversation. Because the CRBs for the longest time have been seen as adversarial.
Yes.
And yet they're actually not adversarial. Now, how do you get people to understand that even if you have a bad rating, or you are known as somebody who has defaulted, or you're a serial defaulter, or you have problems with payment, how do you get the information out that this is something that is rectifiable? And what are the steps you take to rectify this? Because you are not always in that position. In some way, you got into it. How do you get out of it?
I keep telling people is that somebody can come to you and say, oh, remove me from CRB. Nitoe kwa hiyo kitu. And I heard the president the other day saying that, we have removed 7 million Kenyans from the CRB. Mm-hmm. The information he was trying to communicate is that the initial status of being in the CRB because you are a defaulter has changed.
Because of that little detail of the amendment of the laws. Yes.
So today, what is important to you, in fact, you have to be in the CRB. Because if you are not in the CRB, then you will not get your Fulizas, you will not get your Mshwaris, you will not get, because those systems reference your credit history. The transaction takes place so fast that you do not realize that message you've sent from the phone went to the bank sent it to the CRB checked your status at IPRS to see that your ID is genuine. That message came back, looked at your history, and then said, this guy is good. Split second. We do it in less than 0.5 of a second.
Wow.
That whole transaction. Yeah.
Inafanya tu pium, pium, pium,
yeah.
pium, pium.
And you get money on your
on your phone.
But people only become alert when the answer is no. Then they say, why are you telling me I cannot get? So a notification will then come and say, check your credit reference. And you find, I have default items. So the way things have happened is that if you come to the CRB, we have about 27 million profiles, unique profiles of individuals. So if you have an ID in Kenya, you basically are in the CRB system.
I actually want to take you back to what the president said. So 7 million Kenyans.
Yes.
What did Metropole do? Who are these 7 million people? For example, someone who had taken a loan from a bank, were they now clean?
I think that what happened is that there were people who took loans, particularly following the COVID period.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
People had taken loans, 1,000 shillings, 2,000, 5,000.
From fintechs.
Yeah, from fintechs. Yes. And they were unable to pay.
Okay, so those ones were cleaned.
And because they were unable to pay, so they were locked out.
Okay.
And the president is expressing a sympathetic attitude. What do you do with these people? I took 5,000. I don't have a job. I have been locked out. I can't get a Fuliza. Mm-hmm. So what do I do? So I think what the initiative they took was to discuss with the banks and say, can we do a haircut?
Okay.
So if you had 5,000, we pay for you 50%. Can you struggle and
pay the balance?
Pay the balance. And quite a number of people actually took advantage of that position.
So the government, the government or the banks paid for them? Who paid for them?
So there's just an agreement with the banks that you see, banks normally write off
these
loans. These loans, isn't it?
Okay.
To be able to say, okay, we need these people as citizens customers. And as your customers. They are stuck. Yeah.
So let's meet them halfway.
Halfway.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's
meet them halfway.
Yes.
So that you allow them actually to come back and start their no more borrowing. So if somebody had 5,000 and 5,000 has been written off, this other 2,500, regularize it, make it normal, so that when they apply, now they are not being looked at as a defaulter. They have a profile that is active.
Okay.
Then that enables them to get the next loan, then, which they can use now to do something and now pay the 2,500.
All right.
Yeah.
So out of the 7 million, would you be knowing the numbers of those who actually now have serviced their loans at Maliza and those ones who probably are continuing?
I think it has happened. Initially, we saw about when that amnesty was given. Immediately, about 30% took advantage of that, but it's been progressive.
So that's roughly 2 million.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's been progressive because also again, even if you have a haircut of 50%,
yes,
but this you don't have any means of servicing the balance, you still will be stuck.
Okay.
And the government is not giving you money directly to say, this is go and pay. You can see what was the rationale of setting up the Hustler Fund.
Yes.
Yeah. If you listen to the explanations,
yes,
it was that give everybody a chance to start establishing their credit history. Yeah. So come and take it. If it's 500, if it's 1,000 shillings.
Yes.
That is the first step. So when you take that 500, your account is opened.
Okay.
Your profile account is opened. How will it move after that? If you come and pay back the 500, you operationalize it.
Okay.
But if you take and then you don't come back, it gets stuck with a default of 500. So again, you are not better off because you will not get the next.
How long does it take for someone to be white? Is it whitelisting?
Yes.
Opposite a blacklisting, whitelisting?
Yes.
Okay. So how long will it take for me if I was a defaulter, now that I've started servicing my loan, I'm now paying regularly, how long will it take for me now to be put in the good books, if I may call them?
So the way the system now is, so we're moving from credit history to a credit score. And a credit score is derived from your credit history.
Yes.
So you can have a good credit score or a poor credit score, depending on your credit history.
Yes.
Scores range from 200 to 900. So a score of 200 means that you have a very poor score.
Okay.
Okay? A score of 900 means you are excellent, isn't it? So you will be somewhere between 200 and 900.
Yes.
So what has happened is that banks now lend to you according to your score.
Okay.
Because number one, they will determine how much you can take. And number two, the price that you pay. Yeah. So people now, the advice that should actually go out to everyone is that pay attention to your score. Check your credit profile and see what score have you been assigned.
Or I can actually check?
Yes, you can actually check. Like if you got Metropole star 433 hash, you'll be able to see your report.
Free of charge?
Free of charge. Yeah. So that from there you can then see that this is where I stand. If my score is poor, what do I need to do to start improving my score?
So the question here is, does my score improve immediately I make the first payment, or will CRB, will Metropole wait for me to make like 10 payments? Waseme, okay, now Mbuvi amelipa mara 10, huyu sasa tunaweza mpatia score maybe even, I don't know, 400, 500, 900.
So scoring is a point system. Yeah, it's a point system. So every time you do a good thing, pay your loan,
yes,
isn't it?
Yes.
You are awarded points.
A point.
Yes, a point.
Okay.
So it builds up. It keeps building up.
So the effect is immediate.
It's immediate. Yeah.
Yeah, because someone was asking, why does it take time to be unlisted from CRB? I guess that was their version of being whitelisted.
Yes.
Okay. So in Ananga, so the moment you make the first payment like this, pop, kascore kanaanza kupanda.
Yes.
Ati we are checking that score star what now?
Star 433 hash.
Star 433 hash.
Yes.
I will check mine.
Actually, if there's any activity
yes
within your CR, within your any financial activity, you ask for a loan, you ask for something, you get it.
Yes.
The CRB actually tells you, they alert you that there's been movement in your account. Can you confirm kama hii ni wewe ama kuna mtu anacheza na account yako?
Yes.
They actually inform you.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I want to check someone's score because maybe they have borrowed money. So for example, City today tells me, oh, Movie, can you give me a soft loan of 100,000 and nitakulipa mwisho wa mwezi? Am I able to tell whether City is someone I can trust?
You as a financial institution or you as Movie?
Me as Paul Mungala Mbuvi.
Hata amke asubuhi.
As an individual, you have no access to people's credit profiles.
Okay.
Because the entities that have access are the entities that lend. And they are actually approved by the central bank.
Okay.
So first of all, you get approved by the central bank, and then you can. And you get approved because you are a lender.
Yes.
Yeah. Customers come to you, lend them money, and you provide that information to the CRB system.
Yes.
That's the only time you can be allowed to check.
All right.
Otherwise, you as Movie, you can only check your profile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you know there are clients who've given me jobs, for example, because I do voiceovers, IMC events, and so on and so forth. Then someone doesn't pay you weeks later, months later, you're still years. Kuna jamaa nilipa almost 10 years. I wish I knew their credit history so that I don't do these things.
No, that's an attitude history more than a credit history. But let me ask a question.
Yes.
When banks refer to something as being written off, what does it mean?
Every loan has a tenure. So you get a loan that is for 1 year. If in 1 year you have not paid that loan, the banks will go into recovery process. And they probably would say another 360 days is a recovery process. If in that period they have not recovered that money, first of all, the moment it goes into default, the banks will provide for it, anticipate a loss. So they make a provision, and making a provision means they reduce that money from their profit. Yeah? So, but they keep following you. If they follow and get to a point where they feel we will never get this money, then that is written off. And
so what does that mean? Is it a book activity, or is it that you no longer owe, or is it that they've removed your name from their system? What does that mean?
So there are several stages. So what that means is that the bank is now treating that as a loss. And because it is treating that as a loss, it has to write it against their profit. Yeah? It has to write that against their profit. But to you as a borrower, the debt is still there. In your credit reference report, the debt will still appear as a written off debt. But you are not free because the debt has been written off.
Let me understand this. So I took this money from the bank.
Yes.
Let's say 1 million. I've paid 800,000.
Yes.
Hii 200,000 nimeshindwa kulipa kabisa.
Yes.
So the bank decides, we've tussled with this guy for the last 10 years. He's unable to pay this 200,000. So we have written it off.
Yes.
So I will still be listed on CRB as a defaulter. Yet the bank has said kusamehe hiyo pesa.
Hawajakusamehe, bro. That's the point.
So wajanisamehe?
No.
So bado wananichukia?
No. It is an accounting issue. That's what I wanted to ascertain.
Yes.
This thing that is written off, that's in their books. Easy kitu wanahesabu. It's a loss.
Yeah.
They've already accounted for it as a loss in their books.
Yes.
But you are not forgiven. Do not for a second think that umesaulika.
Because now I thought wamesema, okay, you know what, hii 200 umeshinda, okay, it's fine. Wewe, tumekusamehe, hata tumedelete ulikuanga na deni yetu. You're now free. Go and get more loans out there.
They're not your relatives.
But there's a rider to that.
Yes.
The statute of limitations,
right,
which says how long legally that debt can be be enforceable.
Okay.
Yeah, it has 7 years and 12 years. 7 years for unsecured debts and 12 years for secured debts. Beyond the 7-year or 12-year period,
yes,
then enforcement cannot happen in a court of law.
All right.
But the debt does not disappear. In the credit bureau profile,
movies are default.
That debt remains as a spot in your profile. But of course, there have been arguments to say, do customers have the right of forgiveness, the right to be forgotten? How does it apply to somebody who is listed in the Credit Reference Bureau? So we try to apply the law of limitation and say, for the 5-year period, once we get to that period, that item is pushed back. It does not appear in the current CRB report. So we now try to use fresh information that is appearing in your report. The other information gets archived. But it stays behind the scene. If somebody wanted to see your profile for the last 10 years, how have you behaved with credit? That item will come in that particular report.
Yeah, because if it's been 15 years since I took that loan and nimeshindwa kulipa na bank isha write off, but I've been taking these small ones from Akina Fuliza, Mshwari, or Mara, these other digital lenders, and I've been paying well. Surely that should count for something, shouldn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
There's a question here from a listener. Anauliza hivi. This person got a cash from one of the lenders, a Shylock, and they used their car as a guarantee, right?
Shylock.
Easy. Our lenders wanakuanga huku kwa ma buildings huku. Si ni Shylock.
Is it a fintech?
No, it's
anyway.
The point is they took. It's just that I don't want to mention the
it's all
specific company they took the money from, but it's a well-known finance.
Then that's a fintech.
But it's not a bank.
Yes.
Yeah. So they took a loan from this particular institution, and they have been paying vizuri. So this last month they were unable to pay because of their financial problems, but now this particular company has threatened to come for their vehicle. This lender has threatened to come for the vehicle that they had used as collateral. Yet this is the only month they have been unable to pay. But they have been paying very well for as long as they have had that loan. So what they're asking is it right? Is it okay?
You know, when a Shylock, and there's a reason why they are called Shylocks, they are ruthless. And so a Shylock can give you a loan of 1 million and you pledge a car that has value of 5 million.
Okay.
But you want a short-term reprieve of 1 million. And they will ask you to sign a transfer form in blank.
Yes.
That in the event that you do not pay them back, they will sell the car. They can sell the car for whatever
amount.
To
recover their loan.
To recover their loan.
Okay.
And you see accountability of how much they sold the car for, you will not get. So Shylocks are a bit shrewd in how they treat their recovery process. If it was a bank would write to you or call you and say, we've seen you've fallen into arrears of 1 installment. Do you have a challenge? Is there anything we can do to help you to repay? Again, in a formal lending environment, default is 90 days. It's not 1 month. Of course, you've been unable to pay an installment, but you're not considered as a defaulter until the expiry of 90 days. Yes. So how a lender treats you when you default will vary from lender to lender. You recall that the Shylocks, the fintechs, before central bank stopped the process and say, you guys, the way you are doing your business is completely unorthodox. They will call you a wife, they will call you a mother.
Grandmother.
In the process of trying to collect, which is not how it is supposed to happen. I have a contract with you of borrowing, stick with me. Stick with me. If I did not give you any other guarantor, if there is no guarantor in my borrowing, there's nobody else you should talk to. Just talk to me. If I'm unable to pay, write it off. It's a risk you took to lend me that money. You know that either I would repay or I can default. Yeah, so it is, I would say it is the different ways in which lenders will treat borrowers. So if the guy has missed only one installment and now he's being harassed, that is now a behavior of that particular lender.
Yeah. So if they had borrowed, let's say, against their car, the car is worth, like you said, 5 million, but they borrowed 1 million, and they, out of the 1 million, maybe they have already paid, say, 600,000.
Yes.
So 400,000 is remaining.
Yes.
This vehicle can be repossessed. The fintech can sell it even for 3 million and retain the entire 3 million.
I don't know how they normally treat. If it was a bank would give you the difference.
Okay.
They will cover the 400 plus expenses, interest, and things like penalties, and give you the difference.
Okay.
But I do not know how a Shylock would treat the excess money they collect if they were to sell the car.
Okay.
But I think the process of recovery, Shylocks are usually very tough to ensure that they get their money on time.
The word is aggressive.
Yeah. They get their money on time. They are very aggressive.
Okay.
So a missed installment, they are already on your case to see that we will sell this property that you gave us.
All right. Someone is saying that *433# doesn't go beyond the SMS password. Do they need to register before using this particular USSD code?
When you dial *433, it prompts you and gives you a step-by-step process of registering. A small payment for verification is paid of 100 shillings, but it's simply to verify your ID and to verify your telephone number. But then you get a full report released to you.
Dr. Thank you so much. That has been our 1 hour with you. Very interesting conversation, though. And I think perhaps now the next step people would like to know is how they can either reach Metropole if indeed they need to understand their listing, of which you've told us *433#, but any other ways that Metropole can help as far as their credit scores are concerned.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah.
This is where we come to a close, folks. Don't go too far. We shall be right back. In the next hour, of course, we shall be getting a little bit deep into another conversation which I shall be introducing shortly.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The manslaughter case against preacher Paul Mackenzie and 93 others continued yesterday at the Mombasa Law Courts, with the prosecution calling several witnesses. A scene of crime officer told the court he visited Shakahola Forest after reports that followers of a church were fasting and being buried in shallow graves. He said they found people living in makeshift shelters surrounded by thorny branches, and he took photographs of the shelters, beddings, houses and bodies recovered from the area. The officer also testified that some of the victims found at the scene were unconscious and unable to speak. Rising cases of preventable diseases are putting pressure on health facilities across the country due to unsafe water, poor hygiene and inadequate sanitation. The Ministry of Health says urgent action is needed from both national and county governments to protect households and reduce the burden on hospitals. Speaking at a sanitation forum in Nairobi, Public Health PS Mary Muthoni said poor sanitation and unmanaged waste are driving cases of diseases such as diarrhea, cholera, typhoid and malaria.
When people keep going to facilities because they have cholera, because they have bilharzia, because they have malaria, when simply somebody would have slept under a net and you prevent yourself, when simply you could have cleaned your compound and there's no cholera. But now we are overwhelming our health facilities with the diseases that are preventable. This is slowing our economy. When they are unwell, the children don't go to school. When they are unwell, the mama mboga will not attend to her kiosk.
The National Assembly Public Investment Committee on Education and Governance has raised alarm over ethnic imbalance in employment at Kisii and Rongo universities. The committee, chaired by Bumula MP Jack Wamboka, grilled Rongo University management over a high number of one community employed at the university that stands at 72% of the total staff. Contrary to the requirements of the law, the Rongo University Vice-Chancellor Samuel Gudu faced tough questions regarding ethnic imbalance at the institution.
You cannot be 72% Luos and you've been there for 12 years. It means you've been hiring. And it means you've been hiring only or dominantly your community, which is unfair.
And probably, Chair, we would ask him to give us the people that he has recruited for the last 13 years that he's been there, so that we become serious on issues that are constitutional.
On page table 7, and you will see the number that we recruited for this year.
A deadly incident has claimed the lives of dozens of miners at a lead and zinc mine in central Nigeria's Plateau State, with witnesses pointing to a suspected carbon monoxide leak as the cause. The tragedy unfolded in the early hours at a site near Wase Town, operated by Solid Unity Nigeria Limited, where toxic gas reportedly accumulated in the underground tunnels with poor ventilation. Workers arriving for the morning shift discovered their colleagues unconscious, while others were pulled out alive and taken to a nearby hospital for urgent care. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Club Brugge came from behind twice to secure a late equalizer against Atletico Madrid in their Champions League playoff clash. Atletico led 2-0 at halftime through a Julian Alvarez penalty and a goal by Ademola Lookman, but Brugge fought back after the break with Rafael Onyedika and Nicolo Seroldi scoring to level the match. An own goal by Joel Ordonez briefly put Atletico back in front before Cristo Zoli scored a dramatic late equalizer in the 89th minute. Lewis Hamilton says he finds this year's Formula One cars more fun to drive, in contrast to Max Verstappen and Fernando Alonso's assessment of the impact of the new rules. F1 has made the biggest rule change in history and introduced new regulations for chassis, engines, tires and fuel. Verstappen has criticized the amount of energy management required for the new hybrid engines, but Hamilton said he was enjoying the reduced grip of the cars and different aerodynamic philosophy. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? Yeah, there's a question here on our YouTube channel that I need to address. This is from Ahmed. Ahmed ameuliza, good morning, gentlemen. I have a short and precise quiz. What happens if I pay the actual amount I am owed, but I am unable to pay the interest accumulated? Well, Ahmed, unfortunately I couldn't ask the question on air, but I asked it off air. And this is what Daktari has said. He has said that banks will list you for that interest that you have not paid. So if you have got to pay that interest for you to be positively listed on CRB. If you don't pay, you'll be negatively listed because it was part of the loan. You took 100,000, for example, and you said you will pay 120. You have got to pay the full 120. So even if you pay 110, there is a 10,000 you've not paid. That is a default. You will have to pay that money for you to be positively listed on CRB. But there's that other issue that CT brought up for Duplam. Duplam is basically, it's a law, I think it is, that says you cannot pay more than twice the amount you borrowed. So, for example, if you paid 100,000, the interest cannot be another 100,000. So you're not supposed to pay 200,000, for example, yet you borrowed 100,000. That is what Duplam is all about. Michael Olande and Oliza, what happens if I have repaid the loan but the lender does not remove you from the CRB system? Well, Michael, he said earlier on that the moment you have borrowed money, a CRB file has been opened. Yeah. So what matters here is whether you are positively listed or negatively listed. Lakini kwa CRB system hiyo huko. Kama umeichukua kafuliza, umechukua loan kwa utu to digital lenders twingi, umeichukua loan ya mshwari, umeichukua bank loan, sacco loan, the moment you take that amount of money, you already open a file on CRB. And actually I think, if I'm not wrong, the moment you have a financial a relationship with a financial institution such as a bank or a SACCO, whether you have borrowed money or not, CRB has your details.
They do.
Yes, CRB has your details. So kama hujawahi chukua loan, wewe jua uko kwa CRB. So the only thing that is on CRB is that there's a guy called Michael Olande who has never borrowed money.
You know, if you borrow and you're paying, that payment is actually recorded in the CRB. They know you paid. And they will even alert you and tell you that this sort of money has been paid, etc., etc. It is, you see, the idea of the Credit Reference Bureau was not properly explained. And when it was operationalized, it looked like it was something that was adverse. The way in which they went about their business. Again, with the time and with the amendment to the act that brought it into being, should we say that the knowledge about what it does for you has over time been understood by a larger number of people? But my personal opinion is that enough hasn't been done because a lot more needs to be understood. And as to why it is such a system is actually necessary, because it actually is necessary.
So Michael, the point here is you are in the CRB system. The question is, are you positively listed or negatively listed? Hakunanga kutoka kwa system. Ukishaingia umeingia. All right. In this hour, I want to talk about the rule of law, accountability, of course, and we want to see, or rather focus on enhancing institutional integrity in Kenya. With us is Advocate of the High Court of Kenya, Bosire Boni. Wakili, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. Thank you for hosting me today.
Karibu. You just found us talking about money and watu borrowing money. Is it possible that an institution cannot delist you positively or rather negatively if you are negatively listed on CRB? Is it possible for an institution to still maintain that negative attribution of yours?
Of course, we have had cases where an institution can fail to delist you, but you see now it comes with a sanction because you see they have an obligation to ensure that your credibility to other financial institutions is properly reflecting your financial status. So in such an event, if the institution doesn't delist you, then you have a recourse. You can go to court and you get damages. You can also compel them to delist you.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe it was just a clerical error somewhere. Someone forgot to tell CRB, niaje mbuvi amelipa madeni yake, sasa akopoa.
But sometimes you see you need to weigh the effects. If at all it has adversely affected your operations, for instance, you are not able to access loans, you are not able to access all other services and facilities, then actually at that moment, then there is need for you to seek recourse. But then if it is a clerical error, I think a simple explanation could suffice. Yes.
He has spoken like a lawyer.
Well, he has spoken well because you see, you can actually, let me talk about an incident that I personally experienced. You have a loan and you finish paying for it. But for some reason, you still keep paying interest. And because somebody has not actually indicated in the system that this loan has been fully paid. Something as simple as that. So you keep receiving this notification and wondering, but I paid this thing. And the problem may be, in my case, I did not take the time and bother to document these processes that I was going through, because I would go pay, say, imemalizwa, say, yes, umemalizana na hiyo kitu. So, writing and saying, you write to me and tell me what you owe, what I owe. Okay? And I would write back and ask, so when I pay this, I no longer owe anything. and write back and say, Sawa. So you pay. So there's evidence that you've paid.
Yes.
When someone now brings about the issue of the interest again, you just tell them, excuse me, Ndioi, this is our correspondence and this is the payment.
Yes.
So exactly what do you mean? Because there's the human element in some of these things. Okay?
Yeah.
There are people who may look at an account and decide, this fellow seems to be keen on paying, so why don't we let him continue paying this thing? Okay? Now where that money goes, you will not know. But understanding the need for documenting these processes is important. Because hearsay won't work. We talked with so and we agreed. Doesn't work. Doesn't wash.
True.
Yes.
Accountability here in this country is a problem, eh?
Yes.
And also the rule of law. Hatupendangi kufuata sheria. We've seen government many times ignoring court orders, and we hardly see anything being done. Is it because the judiciary can't do anything about it, or what is usually the problem?
I think there are so many issues that affect the whole entire conversation about accountability. Part of it is, of course, political goodwill. We cannot run away from it because you see the way people express their rights, right from what the Constitution enshrines, is that we are electing people to represent us. So there is a big role that politics and our day-to-day interactions play in terms of accountability. However, I tend to argue that accountability is a long-term project. It is something that we started. You look at the provisions of the Constitution and how so far we have tried to ensure that people remain accountable. You get to realize that we are still in a nostalgic moment. We have been in a situation where we have not been able to ensure that the leadership is accountable. So we are, in one or two cases, we might find people who still fall back to the pre-2010 dispensation where accountability wasn't properly enshrined, and that could bring the perception that we are talking about, that maybe for one or two reasons that we have people who are not obeying court orders.
Yeah.
But gradually and out of the experience that we're getting from the courts, these people are slowly being compelled. And I'm sure with time, we are going to find a situation where we are personally holding these persons to account, because that is the only way we can seal that loophole that is currently the case, yes.
I consume a lot of Western media.
Yes.
And some of the things that I see, foreign media actually, not just Western, but, foreign media generally.
Yes.
And I look at countries such as the US, for example. Leaders in those countries and leaders of institutions in those countries, you're talking about folks in the CIA, FBI, they will never let their operations get to a point whereby there's an arrest warrant out for them. So, for example, the director of FBI, hata ikubali hata siku moja, koti iseme this person, a warrant of arrest has been issued against him or her. But here in Kenya, our institutions, people just wait and they chill until the court has got to say, arrest this person. I like using this example that occurred maybe 2 or 3 years ago, where the Inspector General of Police had a warrant of arrest issued against him. The head of prisons, a prison commission or something, also had an arrest warrant against him at the same time.
Yes.
Like it was during the same period. So I was asking myself, huyu anafaa kushikwa apeleke kwa nyumba ya hule na ule anafaa kushikwa apeleke kwa nyumba ya hule. And I was asking myself, how will that work? Because again, the officers who are supposed to arrest these people are literally junior officers to them. And I was just looking at that situation, and for me it was puzzling, it was funny, but at the same time annoying that we actually let ourselves deteriorate to this point whereby we have got to say we have to issue an arrest warrant against the director of DCI or the IG of police or the head of prisons. But even if those things are issued, they still go for another 1 month. Wakidilidali tu wanazunguka hapa ndani wanasema tunakuja tu kotini. I mean, we are living in an era where the Constitution is just a suggestion, is a piece of paper from where I sit.
Yeah. Maybe I might hold a different view whether the Constitution is just as a piece of suggestions. Yes. But then I agree with you. You see, for you to understand where we are, it is important that we contextualize and look at the history that we've had so far. We might be hard on ourselves, but the Constitution of Kenya is barely even 20 years, the current Constitution. But before that, we had a Constitution that was mutilated for over decades and decades, since 1960s. So then it tells you that this Constitution is a has been brought so that we can transform the society to another level. We can be hard on ourselves in terms of implementation, but then I think for me, I look at it as a way to change our value system. Because you look at how the constitution is crafted in the current dispensation, it is purely talking about values. It is talking about things that we've never imagined of. Imagine we are talking about honesty, we are talking about integrity, we are talking about participation, we are talking about accountability. Some of these words, and we have our generation, we have people we are seeing in our lifetime who who held all these offices but never were held to account. So in as much as we are looking at it that it is something that is coming out, we have people who are neglecting. We are looking at it also as a lifelong project. It might not be fulfilled in our lifetime, but then the interest is ensuring that it is left for we have a better society that is coming up in the next generation. So for me, I look at it that in as much as these values and principles of governance could be neglected, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are missing the point. It just means that we are transforming the society, however slowly, however punctual, but then ultimately we have agreed. You look at Article 73 of the Constitution. There are principles that we have there that we've accepted, that any person acting in public interest must ensure that they comply with those principles. Before that, we never had those principles. You go to Article number 10. They are national values and principles of governance. So we have a value-based system that is putting a majority of those in leadership off the hook. But then now, it is incumbent upon us as citizens and lawyers and active people to push them so that they can realize that actually we are from now we are in a different regime altogether.
Help me understand this. For example, there's a current sitting MP, name withheld, who was convicted of a crime, corruption, stole several millions, if not, I think it was it $1 billion or half a billion?
Hundreds of millions.
Hundreds of millions, jamaa kwa outside saizi. Of course, he's walking every other day with the who's who as far as political power is concerned. Yet there is that chapter 6 that is talking about integrity issues and leadership and much more that pertains to this person's leadership. That person is working and he doesn't even resign. He's not recalled. How do we deal with such a situation? As active citizens,
we have quite a lot that we actually can do. Number one, I always argue that maybe currently it is not coming out properly, but then as active citizens, as we speak now, we need to ensure that we elect the correct people. I think that is the first and most important thing. But now, of course, we are in a society where we are not very perfect human beings, and these issues end up happening. The only problem that we've had, and I think it is the biggest impediment we have in the fight against maybe all these injustices, is the time it takes for you to bring these people to book. I hold the view that some of these problems, look for instance, election petitions, presidential election petitions, they are one of the most seriously contested issues. But in 14 days, we are done. However aggrieved, however we are frustrated, however happy we are with the outcome, we are always contented that at least we can always have debates afterwards. But now we have these cases. I have been in cases where over 10 years they are still in courts. You have the right to appeal. You cannot deny this person the right to appeal. You cannot deny this person the right to bail. And all those things are universally accepted as now. So I think the biggest impediment we have is the time within which all these issues are done. If we had a very strict timeline on enforcement of these issues, some of these politicians, for instance, will not get off the hook. But you see, they have a 5-year mandate. Some of them, they can just frustrate the process so that they can get through the 5-year mandate. And maybe you see now, because of the politics, the changing regimes always come with so many other dynamics. Such are the frustrating factors. But if we agree that corruption cases should be done within 6 months, if you have a right to appeal, appellate processes should take maybe another 6 months. We should be seeing all these people getting off the hook.
What is the role of the sovereign in all this?
The sovereign are at the center of everything. I think that is the part of the reason why I think this constitution, and you could see, I always argue that in the current dispensation, you could see that there is a change. Most of these sovereign were not properly informed before.
Informed of?
Of all this. Actually, the proper way we are supposed to look at it is until recently, people understood better the colonial way of governance than it is a value-based system of governance. So that now the people, the sovereign, are always considered as subjects, not at the center. You always assume that there are people who are at a superior position to make decisions on your behalf, not you. But now, I think with the information, with the internet, with the conversations that we are having now, people are now becoming woke, and that is why now they are asking these questions. The role of the sovereign, number one, is to push these people to account. Power corrupts. It has always been accepted all along. Power corrupts. But the most important and sacrosanct role of the citizen has to start from pushing these people to account, asking those tough questions, and compelling them. And sometimes you see what happened in the Gen Z protests. Sometimes you can go out and protest against these people, and it has been successful in so many accounts. However, before that, we could see that before this sovereign came out to argue all these things, we left everything to politics. If people were disgruntled maybe by an institution, the first person who could have easily come out to argue or to comment about it is a politician. And you see political parties have all their interests and agenda at stake. So the role of the citizens currently is to be proactive. Ask those tough questions. Take part in participation, public participation. Go to these events and ensure that your opinion and whatever your interests are considered when implementing these decisions. Yes.
For example, you see the way people have been, every time there is a rally somewhere, either people have to get injured or injured and killed.
Yes.
And we don't see any kind of justice being received by the people who actually aggrieved. So the people who've lost their loved ones, or the people who are injured and they're in hospital, the only thing we see maybe once in a while is a politician visits them and after anawaambia pole, then they organize maandamano where more people die or more people are injured. In such a situation, really, what should happen? Because number one, akunanga suspect. Most of the cases, a few times, yes, we have seen a police officer being indicted, alafu kesi inaenda venye inaenda. But majority of the times, we never get to know the police officer who fired that particular shot. We never even get to know the police station they come from. We never get to know the person who commanded them to be in the streets to orchestrate those kinds of violence. In such a case, what really should happen?
Yes, in the recent past, I've been in the public interest litigation committee of the LSK, and during the Gen Z protests, we had all man of whatever you're describing, including all those people killings and bluntly, right? Like it was bad. We could always see it. Now, the biggest problem that we have in the current system is that the government is a very vague word. You can just say it is the government. It is so vague. You cannot attach it to an individual.
Yes.
And so many people hide behind it. For instance, if I'm going to arrest, to report a police officer, they'll just take that file and send it to the AG's office. And then
the Attorney General?
Yes. Okay. The Attorney General's office. And then the Attorney General's office shall allocate that file to a lawyer to handle that matter. And it will take 10 years or 5 years, all those things. So now the biggest problem that we have, and I think how we resolve this, we saw what happened when they came out and they had all these balaclavas and they have motor vehicles that you cannot identify. You cannot even separate they are in civilian clothing and all those things. The only solution that we had, and the solution that we are now pushing for, it's personal accountability, whereby we are even saying, when you have done such a mistake, you are not supposed to rely on the government even to defend on yourself. Because by the time you took the oath of office, you undertook to restore public dignity, to ensure that there is confidence in that office. So currently, the problem that we are seeing is that these people are hiding behind their superiors. These people are hiding behind the cameras, and they are ensuring that you cannot access any information. One of the cases that was dismissed in such was one of the cases where we had an allegation of a sniper shooting into the head of someone.
The one that happened in Parliament?
Yes.
Okay.
And we went to court, and the court was like, in as much as you are alleging all these things, all these situations are circumstantial. The court were insisting on direct evidence. Direct evidence is you have to show that actually this is the person who did it directly.
Who fired that shot.
Yes. So the threshold sometimes kills the quest. And it, of course, because it is a criminal in nature, we have the standard of proof and everything.
Yes.
And sometimes when you look at the chaos that are surrounding such situations, it's not so easy to pinpoint on an individual.
Yeah.
However, once we have successful cases, we have the case of a gentleman who was shooting people in Slee. The case is still active.
Oh yes, I know that.
Yes.
It was Mohammed, right?
Mohammed.
Yes.
Ahmed Rashid.
Yes, Ahmed Rashid. Okay.
Yes. In such a case, the case is currently ongoing in court. But then, when you see the witnesses coming out and explaining all those things, I can tell you out of experience, it's tough to get off the hook. Yes.
But now, still on this matter to do with police brutality.
Yes.
And extrajudicial killings.
Yes.
Shouldn't the buck stop somewhere? And that somewhere, sinikwa IG.
Yes, responsibility always falls inwards. Responsibility falls inwards. But that does not actually exonerate the person who actually does that.
Very true.
Yes.
However, if at the end of the day, here at Radio Generation, for example, we have a hierarchy.
Yes.
So we have someone who's in charge of radio.
Yes.
If I mess here on air, say something that I'm not supposed to say, fine, I am personally responsible for sure.
Yes.
However, it depends. Perhaps someone allowed me to say all these things. Someone, what responsibility did my superior, for example, have as far as my conduct in studio is concerned? Is this the first time I'm doing it, for example? Have I been doing it over and over, and my superiors have just let me go? There hasn't been a warning letter, for example, warning me not to be offensive on air. My producer has never said anything. Perhaps even my fellow host has never said anything. So at the end of the day, as much as the responsibility is mine on the offense that I've committed, but also if there's a history of me committing those offenses, clearly someone is also culpable in this particular situation.
Yes.
Now, in this case, the police, we've had not once, not twice, not thrice, not 4 times. We can't even count the fingers on our toes and feet and hands. People have been dying over and over. At the end of the day, Bwana, someone has got to take proper responsibility, because if we cannot pinpoint Constable Bosire as the one who fired the shot, then let the IG be responsible and tell us, you know what, since we cannot find Bosire, I have failed as your IG, and therefore I resign. Let someone else who's able to pinpoint the perpetrators then take over this matter.
The discipline forces have a command structure.
Yes.
And it is not difficult to follow or to understand. When you see policemen and women in the street, instructions have been issued. That's why you see them there. And there's a trail. They don't just wake up and decide they're going to the street. They are told. Forget the daily duties, what they're supposed to do. When you have insurrection and you have protests and so forth, if their job is to protect the crowd, instructions are given. When we talk about accountability with the police service, we've actually, in my opinion, we've jumped the gun. And I'm going to tell you why I think we've jumped the gun. Because police, men and women, are supposed to implement the laws of this country or safeguard the laws. There are people who make those laws. The people we see on a daily basis are answerable to others, who are answerable to others, and it goes up. Okay? Now, what I'm getting at is, when I ask the question, the role of the sovereign is something very simple. If the sovereign elects a person whom they think is the right person for the job, and this we do every 5 years, believe me, then that person goes to that hallowed house we refer to as Parliament. Then they proceed to do things which we didn't ask them to do for us. Okay? We are the ones who elected them. We. The responsibility actually doesn't lie with that person, it lies with us. That is our worker, that is our servant. Now, what you're right about, Wakili, when you say that the mindset of the colonial constitution, the way we went about things, has not left our minds. But it's not just colonial. It is our culture and our respect for authority and those in authority. we sometimes feel that we do not have a role to play in holding these people to account. And yet, it's when people who are in authority are held to account that those who report to them understand that they will also be held to account. If it is known that someone enacts an activity or a process that doesn't benefit the citizen, let's take it at the county level, and the citizens decide to be active citizens and say, we are going to protest about this and we're not going to do this and we're not going to comply. The leadership understands that there are certain things that they'll be pushed back on. They are a little more careful the next time they go about doing these things in the same way. In the recent past, I've been watching clips of politicians in the Nyanza region going to talk to crowds. And people have been booed clearly. In a rally that President Ruto was in, there was an MCA of that region who was booed openly. That is the sovereign responding. And usually there'll be chance. The Kenyan response is these people were paid. When people say the things they are saying, and it isn't one person or isn't two people, they're not violent, they're just telling you. The president himself has had occasion to actually receive such a response. That is the sovereign speaking out to you. But beyond that, because that rally comes to an end, what then happens? How do you ensure that this disaffection that you have actually morphs into something that can hold that particular individual to account so that they know you do not want this?
Okay, yeah, I get what you are saying, actually. I don't think the problem we have is that these people in leadership don't know what we want. The problem is that the system has so far been benefiting them so much that they get conflicted in terms of when they are supposed to implement. For instance, the average age of a veteran politician currently has been in the system for like 30 to 40 years in Kenya. And he's been in the entire system until 2010. And then now, after 2010, he's now in a regime that puts him in an unfamiliar situation, because if the modus operandi before was that they were to be the alpha and omega in terms of decision making, implementing and everything. So they had the budget, they could make all decisions on how they intend to assist you. You remember Maziwa Nyayo, it was a fiat actually. It is just something that came out of the leadership of the moment, not out of the people themselves. So we are in that situation. However, let me tell you the sad reality that is happening currently. The politicians are being pushed to the corner. And in as much as we are seeing these transgressions, it is not very far. And I think the first mistake the politicians are doing are always thinking about the next election cycle, when actually the Gen Zs are pushing them away from the election cycle towards understanding what we are suggesting and what we are proposing. And you see, for instance, a good aspect on public participation, even the Supreme Court has been very emphatical about it. It has said that public participation is not supposed to be cosmetic. It's not about seeing people booing a politician to say that now they've said no. There has been we have laid down a procedure in which an opinion is collected from the public. We have a diverse view from the entire public, and then there is an implementation framework. Currently, for instance, we even have what we call structural interdicts. Structural interdicts are orders issued by court to monitor their supervisory in nature, to monitor how the government is implementing whatever the orders the court has issued. Previously, we never had such issues. Previously, we consider the court to be like it has finished its business, immediately to deliver a judgment. But currently we have now shifted. We've gone a step forward to say, if the court has ordered that we compensate these victims, the ministry in charge should come periodically to report to us on what steps they are taking to implement such a thing. And then if they are not doing that as per the directions of the court, then now we go an extra step of holding them personally in contempt of those proceedings. And then ultimately, we are hopeful that in our lifetime we are going to see these things work, where people are declared unfit to run for office, and ensuring that they are not anywhere within the
Let me
leadership
explain
circle.
to you what I mean.
Yes.
The reason why these politicians are able to do what they do is because the sovereign gives them the oxygen to continue. I'll give an example too, in fact. If a politician who is not liked calls a rally and nobody goes, do you think he'll get the message?
No, he'll not get the message.
Why? Meaning if you call a rally, nobody attends.
Yes.
Nobody. Hakuna mtu. Umekuja pale kuna watu wako, hakuna mtu amekuja.
But now look at it this way. How are political rallies organized? Unfortunately, it also reflects to how decisions are implemented.
Not really.
Yes.
I'm asking a simple question,
yes,
which is entirely speculative and theoretical.
Yes.
A politician needs the public. Needs. They need the public to attend their rally. They need.
Yes.
That's why I'm calling it oxygen. They need the public to cheer, jeer, whatever it is that they do. And the question I'm asking is, when their presence is not there, these things that the politician depends on will not be there. Perhaps let me give an example away from the politician. If motorists refuse to give bribes and accept that they drive their vehicle to the police station, and it is known that nobody is giving a bribe, you think the policemen are going to continue asking for bribes?
Actually, City, you are right in this sense. You remember when the Gen Z protests started, everybody, actually before then, it was actually almost an abomination to be in a police cell. Everybody feared a police cell.
Yes.
But then when 400 young Gen Zs were arrested and they were singing from
in
the cells,
So
they got to realize that it is not
yes,
productive.
The fear element that they were trying to sell wasn't being bought.
It wasn't being bought. So I agree with you to that extent. But now look at the common, the biggest problems that we have actually, I attribute most of them to the history. The common person who attends these rallies has a lot of struggles, including being unemployed, including not being able to even meet his personal needs. And politicians have learned that art. So that when I'm insisting on how these things are done, some of these things are just done for semantics and political gimmicks.
Let's actually say how they are done.
Yes,
we know that people wanapatiangwa pesa wanapandishwa kwa mabasi.
Yes.
So City anauliza watu wasipotokeza itakuwaje? Kuna mtu by the way anasema mimi sitaenda kwa Bosire because I do not agree with Bosire. So Bosire can have his own function there at Nyayo Stadium. But Bosire has already, because Bosire already knows ground haijamkubali. Bosire had organize 1,000 buses with 1,000 people, each getting 1,000 shillings.
You see, the discussion isn't about the 1,000 shillings. The discussion is about why that 1,000 shillings is important, or why the 200 shillings or 50 shillings is important. And that discussion revolves around one simple issue. That 1,000 shilling represents the development that person is supposed to bring. That 1,000 shillings, that one-off, it represents your healthcare services. You may not think so, but it does. That 1,000 shilling represents the educational process that you are supposed to benefit from.
Yes.
That 1,000 shillings or 200 which you receive, it represents all of those things. That 1,000 shillings, again, is what guarantees that anything that may uplift that little business that you have and turn it from being just somebody who sells 3 packets of njugu to 10 packets a day will never happen. This individual who takes 1,000 shillings is capable of understanding that. The assumption is that because they have the need, they will not understand. I am saying it doesn't happen overnight, but it is something that can be understood. I look at the history of what we call political bribery. Okay? It didn't always exist.
Yes.
In the Moi era, you needed to go to the chief to get license to hold a rally. If you're in the opposition, this is after 1992, that license you will not get.
So you'll not hold a rally?
Yes. So what politicians decided to do, I saw this in my neck of the woods. Whenever there is a funeral, people would go to the funeral.
Yes.
And while addressing the funeral crowd, because that's a crowd, they will inject their politics. Then came a statement that was supposed to represent a certain perspective. Those who were in KANU, which was the dominant party, were known to have a lot of money. And because in that region where I come from, KANU was considered to be the devil incarnate, okay? If somebody said that the money you are giving is from KANU, Haki, you are done. You can forget the process of being elected. But what the politicians began by doing, they refer to it as taxpayer. They start telling people, when you offer that money, please take it. It is your money anyway, it's not theirs. This money that you're being given, take it. I do not think that they understood what the consequences would be decades
later.
Yes. But here we are. Prior to that, politicians were elected on their merit.
Yes, there is something that actually contributes to that. Access to information.
Yes.
There is a point that you've just stated, and I think people miss it a lot, on where politicians get this money from.
Yes.
Very many people don't ask those questions. And they don't know that a teacher never fails to be paid his salary because a politician is going to give you 1,000 shillings in a rally. All the money that you receive out of these handouts are monies ordinarily meant for development.
Yes.
There is no way, you will never hear that police officers have not been paid their salaries. But the monies that are ordinarily should be channeled to development are always misdirected or misappropriated so that these politicians can have the mileage before the public. Now, how do you cure that? Number one, an ordinary citizen, on average, we need to ensure that an ordinary citizen understands the budgetary cycle. Number one. Number two, he understands that there is an obligation. This MP who is supposed to come and serve you is not supposed to give you handouts. It is very important that people understand that. And then now afterwards, we understand what they are actually supposed to do. That is the functions. When we get to that, and if an ordinary person gets to that, then we'll now continue asking these tough questions. And on the other side, when you are also looking at it from the politician perspective, we also need to ensure that these politicians are not enabled to give these bribes. I always tell people, actually there is a very unconstitutional thing that I hold the view that contributes to the entire mess. These issues on bursaries and actually bursaries, if the government really wanted, for instance, to ensure that all the ordinary citizens access education, bursary is not the solution. A bursary is not supposed to be the solution. The proper solution should be free and compulsory education to everyone. So that now, when we are discussing about maybe education, we are not supposed to be saying that the president has a budget on bursaries to needy students and maybe the MP has a budget for these old people. But then, if Parliament could agree and legislate that basic education is free and compulsory, everybody goes to class, and maybe some of these primary schools have proper infrastructure, they have food, the students are able to feed themselves, and they ensure that there is a 100% transition. That is now where public interest lies. That is how to ensure that these people are accountable. But if we give people money to their pockets and then ensure that and start questioning how they spent, they lie to us that they've given 5,000 shillings to everyone, yet they've enabled a system to ensure that an ordinary person is not able to access the education, then we are losing the point entirely. Yes, that is where I come from, I think.
You know, the people who are able to determine an individual who they think is beneficial to them, no matter how adverse, you may think this fellow is a crook.
Yes.
But those who are electing them have an understanding of the benefit they derive from this person.
Yes.
There are those who are consistent even in their messaging, and they may not have money, but people feel this is a person who can uplift our standing or our economic situation. It means the citizenry have an understanding of what they need, And they also have an understanding of the person who can get them to where it is they need to. Now, when we talk of an MP, and we focus on the MP, and we should, because their role is to make laws and to hold the government to account, the executive. We forget something very crucial in our system. When you have two levels of government, there's one level of government that was created specifically to ensure that the citizenry at what we call the ground level receive assistance. It's called the county government. These fellows are very rarely held to account. And the resources allocated to them are enormous. But what we hear from successive county rulers, the ones we call governors, is how that money is never enough. And how it is delayed. But rarely do you hear many of them giving a full account of what it is they have done with what they have received.
Actually, all these things were preempted in this constitution.
Yes, they were.
However, the enforcement is the next more serious conversation. Now, how do we ensure that the enforcement is actualized? I always insist it is a mix of so many issues, including the role the ordinary person does or plays in ensuring that these people are held to account. We have the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, an independent commission. And you look at the architecture, we always insist when you are understanding the design in which the current constitution has been contemplated, we first agree on a value, then you look at chapter 6, you take an oath even before you get into the office. And then we have legislated on the conduct of that public officer. After the conduct, then we talk of financial probity, because we know once you are in office, you will be entrusted with these resources. But then we also preempt that actually even if you are given these resources, chances are you are going to misuse. Then now we proceed to talk about financial probity, because resources follow functions. You are going to be given money so that you can do your functions. After that, we realize that even if you are to do all those functions, you can misappropriate. Then we proceed to restrict on what you are supposed to do. All these things are in the Kenyan laws. Even if we have restricted you, we know human nature has it that these people, once they are in power, they are not going to be compliant. Then now we have an independent commission that is supposed to enforce all these things. All these are safeguards that are talking about the mistrust that we've had so far in terms of accountability. And that's why now we always say the current constitution is transformative because it is a social tool for generational transformation. We might be not contented with the manner in which things are run currently, but then we can see that we are taking very bold steps. Actually, I can tell you for a fact, between 2010 and now, we've done what ordinarily could not have been done before 2010. So then it tells you that you just give yourself 5 or 10 more years.
Actually, just take this conversation you're having, for example.
Yes.
This is an impossibility.
It could not have happened.
You have the conversation because you're ready to go to jail.
Yes.
Yes. So the changes are true, but you see the yardstick can't be from the position of an half-empty glass.
Yes.
You see, we are looking at a situation, and we keep looking at what we were before, and the progress that we have made, and it is tremendous. Then we make the mistake of comparing ourselves with our neighbors. They don't have our constitution. They are not us. Okay?
Yes.
What would be the benefit of this constitution if it were to be implemented, or if there was a serious push towards implementing it? It begins with understanding that this constitution was always going to be resisted.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Always.
Yes.
And that the people who are in the position to actually implement it were going to take the first charge of actually resisting it. We know what happened to Chapter 6 and how it was diluted.
Yes.
The very tool that was to be used to hold people to account, that's the one they made the disabled first.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So there's an appearance that you can actually hold people to account, but in reality you can't. Okay? That's number one. Number two, the understanding that the sovereign needs to have about the powers they actually have and what they can do. When people are hungry and can barely survive, there isn't too much energy to think about some of these things you need to do because you're in survival mode. It can be a vicious cycle until you understand that perhaps you should stop focusing on the national government, because that's where the politicians take our focus to, and look at the county governments. We are an agricultural nation, and agriculture, for instance, is a default function.
Yes.
Should we not ask those in leadership whether the subsistence farming that was part of the food security this country has is actually working? Because if people can eat and they know they can survive because the agriculture is given priority, then the conversation you have about hunger and the need for money takes a different tone. You say we have food to eat, but we don't have money to do A, B, C, D.
Yes.
Okay? Now, we are caught up in this vicious cycle where we're always looking for people to blame, and the thrust of the discussions with most members of parliament is to look at the who? The executive.
Yes.
And yet, in my opinion, my focus ought to be on
the people.
County government, because the county government is my county government. The MC is probably my relative.
Actually, yes. Part of what was intended when this constitution was promulgated was an aspect that we call it the principle of subsidiarity, where decisions are made at the lowest point possible.
Yes.
Because you see, if you are supposed to maybe develop a road, the road is not just developed anywhere other than in your villages. It is ordinarily supposed to be developed at where you can relate the most. For instance, if I'm from Kisii, developing a road in Lamu.
If you're from Kisii?
Yes.
Because I'm from Kisii.
Yes. If I'm from Kisii and I'm not seeing a road, telling me that you've constructed a road in Lamu doesn't help me actually. It doesn't help me. And that's why we are insisting that we are supposed to devolve all these things. However, let's agree that we have a lot of bad manners that is happening in leadership.
Actually, allow me. I don't like that term because it euphemizes.
What? Bad manners?
No, it is a terrible term because it euphemizes.
Yes.
It diminishes the horror and the degree of horror that the behaviors of those in public service and those who have been elected have. Many of these things are outrightly criminal.
They're criminal, yes.
So if you call it bad manners, you have reduced the nature and the impact completely. You've actually given them a free pass. Bad manners is when you spit in public.
Yes.
That's bad manners. Okay?
Yeah, I agree with you, yes.
Bad manners is men specifically. You're in the public and you're peeing on a wall in the public. That's bad manners.
Because women don't pee on walls. But I get your point.
I think the bad manners we are talking about, the person who is maybe peeing on the wall could be, if he's the leader, he's
people
going to make also
that
bad decision.
People on walls are protesting here, as you can see.
Anyway, what we are saying about these bad manners. Last year there was a conflict of interest bill that was enacted, and it is currently in force. Actually, conflict of interest is one of the most serious problems. Why? A country that ordinarily could have invested in agriculture is investing on other issues that are not making any sense. That is part of the problem. Because you see, when you look at the persons making decisions, they are not making decisions as they are supposed to do. You look at prudent use of resources under Article 201, for instance. Those are some of the imprudent ways of using resources. However, now, by the time we are imparting this sense to these people, that's why you find them shooting some of these young Gen Zs. Some of these young Gen Zs are asking those questions in the most brutal manner that we can see. That's why I'm insisting that in as much as we are agreeing that there is a problem, the bad manners is maybe systematic to frustrate and ensure that the normal person is just a beggar.
You know, you're referring to impunity.
Yes.
That's what you decided to baptize as bad manners.
Yes, it is.
When people know that they can get away with doing wrong,
yes,
they will perpetuate it.
Yes.
But the problem isn't the doing wrong. When examples of wrongdoing are in some of the highest offices in the land, what that communicates is permission. Anybody who is then under there feels they have been given permission to do what it is they wish to do.
True.
Yes. Now, it becomes difficult. I have to go back to the sovereign, because this is where the solutions will come from. You do not wait until the rope has tightened to your neck where you can't move for you to start thinking, because by that time you can't breathe, there's hardly any oxygen in your system, you are in the process of dying. Changes can come about by simple having civic activity without necessarily producing mayhem. 2024 is an example of that.
Yes.
I refer to it as the 2024 protest because it was what it was before it was infiltrated. It was peaceful. It was communicating something. There was nothing they were doing that could be considered as being adverse.
Yes.
But it was introduced into it. The citizenry must understand their role, and they must understand that in the absence of that role, these fellows we've elected, man, they'll run roughshod on everything that we're supposed to do.
That is true.
You're vying in the LSK elections today.
Yes, yes.
General member?
Yes, yes.
Representative?
Yes, yes.
What are you expecting?
We are just expecting our best. Of course, we did our campaigns. They were tough. But beyond that, we are just hopeful that the membership will exercise their rights. And we are hopeful that may the best candidate win.
If you do win,
yes,
what will be your role in that committee? Is it a committee, first of all?
No. It's a council.
Okay. What will be your role in the council?
The role, of course, it is more of representing the membership.
Okay.
It is more of representing the membership. And but you see, the Law Society of Kenya has a lot of duties and functions. You look at Section 4, it includes even protecting the public. It includes advising, ensuring, monitoring the rule of law status in the country. We are also looking at justice sector, because you see the Law Society is a member of the justice sector, a very, very robust member of the justice sector. That's why now we are looking at it as a mode of ensuring that rule of law is properly served.
Okay.
It is also part of the agenda that I intend to push.
All right.
Yes.
We wish you all the best.
I really appreciate it.
Ikitoki uki emerge victorious.
Yes.
Tuite.
I will.
Tunakunywanga Fanta.
Nashukuru.
City anapenda uji sana.
Yes.
na tunapenda pia mandazi hivi. Tutakataa kucelebrate na wewe.
Nashukuru sana.
All right.
Asante sana.
That is Bosir Bonyi, advocate of the High Court, and of course we wish him all the best as far as the LSK elections are concerned today. Coming up in the next hour, do stand by, because also an equally interesting conversation as far as your healthcare is concerned.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Sam Omukoko, founder of Metropole Corporation, says Kenya's low savings culture is weakening local investment and pushing the country to rely on external borrowing. He argues that financial literacy should be integrated into education system so citizens can learn about credit, savings and commerce early in life. Omukoko lamented that financial knowledge often comes too late after many people have already made poor decisions.
There is a challenge in how the education system has brought money issues or commerce into what people should learn. Yeah, it comes into people's life at a very late stage. And yet it is so important that people need to understand about money and the role of money at a very early stage. These changes that we are seeing that are happening in our syllabus and things like that, this is part of what needs to be incorporated in those syllabuses. So yes, there are cultural issues, but how do you deal with cultural issues? Education is what helps to open up people's understanding about what is important about their lives.
The Kenya Bureau of Standards has officially approved 9 companies to inspect imported goods before they leave exporting countries. The move comes under KEB's pre-export verification of conformity to standards of program designed to prevent substandard goods from reaching local markets. Under the initiative, inspection companies appointed by KEBS carry out thorough checks either at the source or when goods arrive at Kenyan ports. At least 200,000 Kitui residents are in dire need of government aid as the ongoing drought continues to ravage the county. Disaster response teams project that the figures could go up if the rains don't come soon, with the desperate farmers now resorting to auction their livestock to avoid more losses. This comes as about 3.3 million Kenyans are facing acute food insecurity due to severe drought following failed October-December 2025 short rains.
Mwingi North with 39,691 affected, and the least affected being Kitui Central with 6,260 people who are affected and will desire food.
Ukiangalia madarasani saizi, wale wanafunzi maybe wamebeba chakula. Kama darasa liko na wanafunzi kama 20, unaweza pata ni kama wanafunzi wawili. Na pia kwa sababu huwa tunatembelea maboma zao, ukienda kule hali si nzuri.
National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has dismissed claims that Parliament plans to ban TikTok in Kenya. He said the motion before the House is aimed at regulating content and protecting minors, not shutting down the platform. Wetangula noted that the proposal seeks to address misuse while preserving the app's positive uses. The debate follows concerns from various groups who have called for measures to prevent harmful content affecting young users.
That's exactly the problem that this motion is dealing with. Misinformation, disinformation, and fake news. That is what you are dealing with. So whoever is misleading the country, there is no motion before this House to ban TikTok. But there's a motion before this House to deal with the recklessness that come along the otherwise very good intentions on TikTok.
The U.S. is preparing to largely withdraw its remaining troops from Syria over the next few months, a senior White House official has told the BBC. The official said that the Syrian government had agreed to take the lead combating terrorism within its borders, and U.S. military presence at scale was no longer required. American troops have been in Syria since 2015 as part of an anti-terrorism campaign to counter the influence of the Islamic State group. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. City hapa ananiingilia, yet I am doing my thing. I'm doing my work, but City won't let me work. City, what is your problem with my work?
Which work?
Okay, it is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are tuned in. Manabado Kona Sisi. It is time for us to have that conversation about health that I told you about. We want to focus on healthcare financing in Kenya and what seems to be the problem, and perhaps do we have any solutions? With us in studio, we do have Dr. Brown Ashira, Secretary General and CEO of Kefufu. It's Kefufu. Kefufu.
Yeah. Kefufu.
Bana, hii kitu bado imeandikwa Kefufu. Imeandikwa Kefufu bana.
Yeah, it depends where you went to school.
You know what? Leo mko na mbaya mbaya.
It's very sad.
But be careful, eh? Be careful.
With a lot of respect.
It's okay. So it's
Paul,
apology accepted. So that is, he's the CEO of Careful.
Yeah.
And then we have Dr. Joseph Mageto, resident doctor, HCG Cancer Center. Gentlemen, karibuni tena sana to Radio Generation. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Like I was telling you earlier on, we have hosted Dr. Zara. Awesome guest. When I'm meant to enlighten on a lot of issues, specifically to do with cancer. We've had conversations around breast cancer, cervical cancer, and perhaps today, now that you're a doctor here as well, I'll have a few questions about prostate cancer, of which I mean not just prostate but also penile cancer.
Penile cancer.
Yes, you kuna penile cancer, right?
Iko but
ama iko na jina tofauti?
No, it's penile cancer.
Okay. Niko na maswali mawili matatu kuhusu huo ugonjwa. But Daktari, nice to have you again.
Nice, thank you so much.
You know, every time you come to this studio, it lights up. Last time you were here,
it was.
We were talking about some of the issues that you raised on matters to do with public health.
The importance of public health. Preventative medicine.
Exactly. You told us that you're having issues as far as just meeting the ministry is concerned. Have you met the ministry?
Yeah, we did. First of all, thank you so much, Radio Generation. Indeed, this is the home of bold truth. And we just don't talk. This is a place where actually things are meant to happen. Our last engagement with the Radio Generation, actually, we were actually very successful.
Yeah.
I think the ministry later on opened up and they invited us for a meeting. We're actually now sitting on a table. Now we're not on the menu.
Yeah.
We're actually sitting in a place where decisions are being made, and we're actually shaping the healthcare system, the healthcare frameworks in this country. Like I said, an oomph invested in prevention, research it has a lot of returns on investments.
Okay.
So I want to thank the Honorable P.S. Mudhoni. I want to thank the Minister of Health actually for having us and actually for hearing to our call and actually having us for a meeting.
Yeah.
We're actually now discussing, among other things, very important issues to do with the UHC, to do with financing, to do with embracing public health. Remember, we are actually in a financial year, the budgetary year, and so that is what we're actually trying to discuss, how we can be able to invest more in public health.
Na akasema ata-employ more public health.
Yeah, he's actually going to employ more in the next financial year. We actually try to bring out the gaps, particularly on replacement. There are a lot of people, our colleagues who retired.
Yes.
Some of them died by bad luck or by whichever way. Others exited to other greener pastures. So they actually have a promise to replace them and employment, and also do a massive recruitment to ensure that the public health aspect goes on in this country.
Yes.
So I salute Radio Generation. Thank you.
But must you agitate for this to happen? I mean, does the government have a plan? I mean, we know the population we have. We know the rate at which our population increases. So when you're talking about healthcare needs, it involves employing healthcare providers, trained healthcare providers. Surely there should be a plan for engaging and employing these people on an annual basis.
They do understand, and a good book says this, Muga, remind them even if they know. We have governments all over the world. They like being reminded, and that's why these unions in the health sector, we have a lot of so many unions, not to do anything else, just to remind county governments, national governments, that it is important that they embrace those policies. It is important that they actually implement those policies, because they appear a bit deaf, but when they actually ask to do it, they actually do it. Like the issue about financing is a whole thing. But then now, unless you talk about it, unless you push your agenda forward, nobody will do it for you. And it's just good that in the same, I know they know that they should actually be the ones doing planning, and even in putting budgetary allocation. They are the ones who actually do estimates. It's the government who does the executive that does estimates to do with the health financing. But even in the event they don't know, as a union we remind them. That's our solemn duty.
And then you insist that they know. How do you determine that somebody has knowledge?
When they tell you they know.
No. Okay. That one they've told you. All they've done is communicate that they know. How do you determine that somebody knows something?
Well, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is this. there is a manifestation of knowledge.
You're right.
And it is indeed. We know that you are a healthcare provider because you work in a sector called the healthcare. Yes, exactly. Yes. And the ability to do what is required of you in that sector. That's how we know you're a healthcare provider.
Yes.
And same with the Daktari. We know. That's how we know. We know you are a teacher because of what you do.
In school.
You declaring that you're one doesn't make you one. That's really my point. And saying that they know. If they knew, then they would understand the import, and then they would understand the enormity of the mandate that they have with regards to providing health care for the citizens of this country. And when a need such as the one we are discussing is not met, then you are not providing the health care service that the citizenry needs. So it cannot be said you know.
It's about priorities. You know, I want to give an example of media industry. You can be a journalist as well. Know what is supposed to be done in journalism, and again, you also don't do it. I think it boils down on.
Then my point is that then you don't know, because to know is not just to have the latent knowledge of it, but
the about practice
and the ramifications of it. That's what knowledge is all about. Knowledge cannot exist in the absence of action.
In the vacuum. Yeah.
Yes, it can. That gives it life.
That's true.
For knowledge to be knowledge, one must
then
experience
what you're saying,
it.
there should be a nexus between knowledge and practice.
That's what actually has been. City has become academic in that conversation.
Yes, it's actually becoming more academic.
I'm becoming academic. I'm becoming academic for a very simple reason. Okay?
Yes. Yes, sir.
The bane of our existence as citizens of this country is this cyclical nature of discussions where we start with the member of parliament, then we go to corruption, then from corruption we go to this, and we keep it's about the same thing. Just depends on what you start the discussion from.
It's true.
And then we end up by saying, but they know, and I'm saying no, they don't.
Okay.
They don't. Parents know that children must be fed. How do we know? The extent to which they go to ensure that child is fed. They know that child must be fed. When children grow up, they know this child needs an education. We see the extent to which parents go to make sure that children have an education. So the knowledge there is not in question. Please continue. I think there was a point I was trying to make, and I've made it.
And I've gotten you loud and clear.
Before we get into an academic conversation about financing health, I said I have a question about penile and prostate cancer. How would one know that they probably are developing prostate cancer?
Prostate cancer?
Yes. Is there pain, for example? Is there discomfort? Is there abnormality in the way they pee or anything to point it out?
Yeah, when you're looking at prostate cancer, this is cancer that occurs in men.
Yes.
And mostly in older men, so people who are above 40 and above. And how it presents, you usually get urinary symptoms. What we say is, when you're going to the washroom, you get that your urine is dribbling.
Yes.
It's the stream is not as smooth as it used to be before. So you also get to strain a lot. So for you to pee, you find yourself you're straining, you're pushing it out, and then you wake up a lot at night. So let's say you never woke up. Now you find yourself you're waking up up to 7 times at night just to go to pee. Yes.
All right.
So these are some of the symptoms elderly men experience and would make us think about prostate cancer.
Does it present itself with pain as well?
Yes, you might feel pain, especially when you are going to pee. Yeah.
All right. Penile cancer. How does one know they have penile cancer?
Penile
symptoms.
Yeah, the symptoms.
Yes.
So when you're looking at penile cancer, this also specifically for men. And normally you get what we call an ulcer or a wound around your penis.
And it could be anywhere.
It could be
from the shaft all the way to the glans penis.
Yes.
Okay.
And this wound is not healing. Okay. And it might be painful. It might be associated with now your penis changing shape. and looking a bit different.
Okay.
Yes.
From what you're used to
From
seeing.
what you're used to seeing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The reason I was asking this is because we have a lot of information on breast cancer. We have a lot of information on cervical cancer.
Yeah.
Ladies will always go for their pap smears and so on and so forth.
That's true.
But men do not have
the prostate.
Yeah. And of course, especially for even penile cancer, someone might confuse it for any other thing.
Yes.
Probably they have some kind of infection.
Other infection,
which is not penile
which is
cancer.
Not.
Which is rarely spoken about.
Okay. Yeah, I'd actually want to mention that specifically for prostate cancer, that is the leading cause of cancer in men in our country.
Yeah.
So we need to talk about it more so that people can understand what it is and how to get treatment. Yeah.
Does Nini is the prostate cancer, is it metastatic? Does it spread to the rest of the body?
Yes, it does. A lot of people, when they come to hospital, unfortunately, they usually come at a late stage. We call it stage 4.
Yeah.
And it has already gone to other parts of the body. We're talking about the bones, especially in the back.
What?
Yeah, so someone will be complaining back pain for a long time. So one of the key indicators we look out for, if especially you're an older man and you're complaining of back pain, it might be prostate cancer. Yeah.
Test for prostate cancer apart from the finger up my behind.
Yeah, it's true.
What are some of the tests available?
Yeah. So what we do, there is a test, we call it PSA test, which we.
This is it's
a blood test.
Specific antigen.
Yes, prostate specific antigen is we just take a bit of your blood and we run it.
Okay.
We look at the PSA. So in patients who have prostate cancer, it's usually elevated. When you say elevated, it's high compared to the normal. Other things we use is like ultrasound.
All right.
Which can also help us diagnose the prostate cancer.
Ultrasound.
Yes.
Again, something will go up my behind.
There is that.
Okay.
Or you can also use what we call transabdominal, where we just put a probe on your stomach and we look at the prostate. Other tests include the MRI, and we also have newer tests like the PET scan.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Now let's get into this healthcare financing. And I'll start with you, Brown, because there's something we have been talking about, and it's SHA basically. The Social Health Authority provides several financing as far as healthcare is concerned, right? Now, where is the gap? Because we've heard from several professionals. I'm talking about clinical officers, doctors as well,
public health officers.
Yes, so everyone has got.
When I'm here, you mentioned public health officers.
Yeah. No. Now we want to get it
with me.
Sour.
Yes.
So, but we have not actually, even with you, we've not spoken about healthcare financing.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm actually being factual here.
It's true.
What is the gap as far as financing is concerned? Because we have all this not, I don't want to call them models, but they're all these suggestions that you healthcare providers usually talk about.
Yes.
What is the current problem? What is the current gap?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll say before I go to your question, Kenya, we have a problem. And the problem between Kenya has always been in the health, particularly about the financing, the aspect of financing. If you go by the last year's budget, in regard to let alone even last year, even the years preceding last year, in the year 2025-2026 budget, health was given around 138.1 billion Kenya shillings. Out of it, I think it was broken down. Some went to primary health care, others went to UHC coordination, others went to other things. To national referral facilities like Kenyatta National, hospitals plus other places. But looking at the healthcare financing in general in Kenya, we are still very, very far beyond what we actually expected. And this has been a problem to us as healthcare providers in this country, Buvi. Because this country we are talking about, we have a vision of going to Singapore. We also don't invest in the healthcare in this country. We look at a way that we actually subjecting Kenyans to a lot of pain, a lot of out-of-pocket spending. Just the other day, in the year 2023, the president came up with reforms, and actually that's the reason why actually we had the social, the Primary Health Care, the Primary Health Care Act coming in place that now that replaced actually the Social Health Act 2023 that replaced the National Hospital Insurance Fund, and that actually now stipulates now the funds that we have actually mentioned.
Yes,
the Primary Health Care Fund, the Chronic Critical Illness Fund, all those funds under that act, but the problem has always been, yes, we have the SHIF, the SHA in place, but the essence of insurance, or rather the SHA, was to pool resources.
Yes.
Because if you give me like 5 shillings, you give 5 shillings, you give 10 shillings, the resources, when you actually pooled together, they actually can be able to take care of healthcare illnesses, because we know for a fact that health is not free. Somebody has to pay for it, whether it's individual or through a government entity. So the gap has always been there. I think the biggest problem with SHA is always about registration. We have been having issues to do the registration. You're looking at like how many people have been, for example, enrolled to SHA up to now to speak, close to around 27 million Kenyans. Tell me, like in Kenya, around 50 million. How can 27 million, for example, take care of the rest 50?
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, somebody must fall sick. And the problem has always been in the informal sector. The salaried employees might not have a problem because the government has a way of getting brown ashira. The government has a way of getting that person that is actually employed through a pay slip.
Yes.
But now, in the informal sector, we have not had enough progress, tangible results being actually done. Because when talking about registration, I think the government is out there talking about using community health promoters to be able to speak to these people and to convince them actually to register. And the problem has not been the person.
Yeah.
The problem has always been the means testing, the procedure on how to enroll. For example, when I approach you and I tell you, for example, I want you to enroll for SHA, and you asked, for example, provide your M-Pesa statement, maybe what do you have, somebody's judged based on, what
their
you
mobile
have,
transactions.
the mobile transactions, to be able to be given maybe at a yearly target for you to be able to be paying for SHA. That has always been agreed, and the problem is the initial NHIF, we used to pay like monthly, but SHA you have to pay like the entire year for you to be able to get the resource.
But is that the whole
service?
Is that the whole story? Is it that there is no option for paying other than you paying at once?
There is a lipa pole pole for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going with this, because the lipa pole pole exists.
Yeah, but now that one is you pay through, I think, Lisamani Hustler Fund.
No.
Where you apply for a Hustler Fund, then it pays for you, then now you pay Hustler Fund.
It isn't just Hustler Fund. I'm trying to say this, that the discussion about healthcare has to involve the discussion about the shortfalls that we have with SHA, but we must speak about it honestly. Okay? When you talk about the community health promoters going to the villages to enroll people, and yet enrollment into SHA is progressive in that depending on how much you earn, that is what will determine what you pay. Is that not so?
That's true.
My question is this. If you look at people who are salaried, simple question, are all salaried people in Kenya part of SHA?
The other day I saw the teachers coming on board. They were actually brought on SHA. Actually, the truth is, they are not all of them who are actually on SHA.
Precisely. Are all civil servants on SHA?
No.
Are members of parliament in SHA?
No.
Are all people who work in parastatals in SHA? No. So these people earn the sort of money which, if we look at the progressive nature of how we pay for SHA, the payments would beef up that particular reservoir of money that SHA has, because they earn more money. The Mwananchi who earns the peanuts that they earn, even if you enroll many of them, there are people who work within the private sector or people who work elsewhere who, if they paid the representative amount based on their salary, you would actually get the sort of money that people are talking of as needful for this system to function. Because it's not that the system can't function. As it's currently constituted and with the membership that you've mentioned, it won't work. Because the pool of money that is required to provide those services will be inadequate. That's why I asked the question. are all people who are salaried in SHA? And the answer is no, they are not. So how do we, please go ahead.
No, before we start even talking about SHA, I really want us to talk about healthcare financing, because when we're talking about healthcare financing, we're talking about how resources or money comes into healthcare so that people can get treatment. And we have several types of healthcare financing. So the first one is the government. You know, from the tax we pay, the government sets a budget. Like I think last year it was 230 billion Kenyan shillings. Other is the shift now, or the SHA, where we're talking about the social health fund, where people now pool the resources. So that means you contribute a certain amount of money as an individual into the pool. And the target is to try and reduce the risk. We understand that not everyone can afford to pay, let's say, 100,000 shillings for cancer or chemotherapy per month. So this comes to help reduce the risk. Well, another form is getting donors to come in, and we saw with USAID and all these other organizations coming in and giving us funds. And now we talk now the out-of-pocket payment, where when you are sick, you go to the hospital and they ask you, lipa 500 ya kuregister. So that is how we collect funds for now healthcare. So when you're looking at it now broadly like that, now you need to understand now where we are as a country in terms of now how the government contributes, what we contribute individually, and what other donors contribute. So once we are there, now we can discuss now about healthcare. When we talk about SHA, I work in oncology. And the capitation for SHA for oncology in a year, this we're talking about the household, is about 500,000. President William Ruto had mentioned increasing it to 800,000 for oncology. This is cancer treatment.
Right.
But we have still not yet gotten the 800,000 cap. So we're working with the 550,000. Can this amount help the household to pay for cancer treatment? Where I practice, I've seen it helps.
Okay.
Most people are using this SHA to cater for this treatment.
When you say it helps, please explain what you mean when you say it helps.
Well, let's look at the normal Kenyan, okay? And most of these cancer patients we have, most of them are elderly people who get diagnosed with cancer. So when they come to hospital, they need to pay for this treatment because chemotherapy is not expensive. It's not cheap. It's expensive. And most of our elderly people, they're retired. They don't have the financial muscle to pay for all this treatment. So you get that they come in and they use their SHA because now we have this pool, and they, let's say 100,000 per month for chemotherapy. So they come in and they use SHA for that treatment. But now where does the gap come in? So first of all, we get that the hospitals that are providing these services, yes, you sent your SHA forms, you claimed that you did the chemotherapy, but now getting the reimbursement is where there's a challenge.
Before we get to the reimbursement, I have a question. 550 per household. There's a patient here who's come and they have prostate cancer.
Yes.
Is that 550 enough for chemo, radio? Is it enough for a surgery in case one is needed?
Well, when we're looking at treatment of cancer, mostly we use different types of modalities when we are treating cancer patients. So there's surgery as an option, there's chemo, there's radiotherapy, and now we have immunotherapy. We usually combine either 2 or 3 of these modalities to treat patients. Now, when we're looking at the 550,000 cap, most of the time it's not enough. Okay. Most patients, they usually get treatment, and unfortunately it runs out during treatment. So now there is that risk of, should I continue with my treatment, or should I sell my my shamba or my goats so that I can pay for treatment, or should I stop the treatment? And most people, you see, they once it runs out, they start now fundraising, they start now selling their farms, which puts them in a really financial toxicity.
An awkward financial
Yeah.
situation.
I still have a question still on this.
Yeah.
When they were deciding on 550, is this an amount that they knew if I, as a cancer patient, I can go to Kenyatta National Hospital and be treated with 550?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, at a private hospital, that is not sufficient.
Yeah.
So the question I'm asking is 550 enough if I were to go to a public hospital?
I'd still say it's not, and that's why you see it was even revised up to 800,000.
Okay.
Because it was seen widely that the 550 might be a little lower, and most people are getting into financial toxicity because they can't afford the rest of their treatment.
So 800, assuming we get to 800, would that be enough at a public hospital?
At a public hospital, well, you have to understand that cancer, when you're talking about cancer treatment, each cancer treatment has its own type of how we look at it.
And that's why I chose prostate, for example.
Yes, prostate.
Yes.
When you're looking at prostate cancer, 800,000 might still be low, because you
even
might,
at a public hospital.
Because when you're looking at the treatment, first we're looking at you getting to see the doctor, you getting to get tests done, you getting to get the treatment, and it can be radiotherapy, it can be surgery, it can be chemotherapy,
or all combined.
Yes. So mostly 800,000 would still be on the lower side.
Okay.
So you still have to remove some money from your pocket just to pay for this.
All right.
Yeah.
Because my next question then would be, is it possible to just have a conversation with both public and private hospitals to come up with a figure, of course, through budgeting and maybe understanding,
standard figure.
Yeah, this medicines cost this much, and such that whether I walk to HCG, or it's HC, yeah?
HCG, yes.
Yeah, whether I walk to HCG or I walk to Kenyatta National Hospital or Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral, I will get the same quality of treatment and it will cost me the same. The same way there's an RRP for soda, for example. So Coca-Cola are setting it at maybe say 40. So whether I'm in Kisumu or in Nairobi, it's 40 bob.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to say something. In law, there's a reason why these funds were set out. If you look at the primary healthcare fund, it was actually supposed to be tax-free. Actually, it was supposed to be paid for by the government. Actually, supposed to take care from level 1 to around level 2, through 3 up.
Yeah.
Then there's this down the SHIF, then the critical, chronic and critical illness funds.
Yes.
There's an element in law that it comes that brings out that in the event that the patient, for example, that person cannot be able to pay, those people we call them indigent.
Yes.
The government is supposed to take care of that. It is actually very clear that the government is supposed to actually to pay for, because I think there comes a time when the costings becomes very, very expensive. That even if you are, I've seen cases where people have actually explored even their covers to the level that they cannot. Even the various hospitals are asking you, please add an additional money on this cover, and that's what it's actually the law provides clearly that the government is supposed to take care of those cases, like the indigent cases, those people who are not in a position to be able to take care of themselves. The government can do that. But then now look here, the conversation I'm actually bringing is very good. That we need to have a discussion between the private and the public. Who is supposed to sponsor that discussion?
Government.
The policy makers. I mean, it was on the acts, the 3 acts, the Primary Healthcare Act, the Digital Healthcare Act, the Facility Improvement Act. They actually passed on a record in a very stint of time because the government had an interest in it. And that's what we are saying. If the government is very serious with the health of this country and the way we're actually talking about, we need to have a discussion, sponsor a discussion about, particularly on the financing model. Because if, for example, I have an issue, and all these funds are supposed to operationalize something we're calling universal health coverage. Because the areas healthcare is like people they dream about healthcare. There are areas, the unreached areas. There are people who die in this country. They die looking for healthcare. They have never seen a dispensary. They have never seen anything else. Even if it is there are no medicines there. And that's where the universal health coverage came in. And these 3 acts were actually to operationalize and to make sure that we realize universal health coverage, we reach to the unreached. The unreached population, so that these people can also feed their Kenyans and they can also be able to enjoy, healthcare service in this country. So we need, this discussion is actually very timely. We need to have very serious proponents. And the problem we've been having is that the people we have at the helm, sometimes we get it wrong.
By helm, you mean government?
I mean, the people we sponsor the leadership of the ministries and the health department in this country don't seem to understand the health, and that's why it boils down to what Muga was saying, that do they really understand, do they really know what health is all about? For example, when we're talking about financing health, we're talking about employing even the workforce, because you can even procure drugs. I mean, you can even get the insurance, but it takes the human resource aspect to be able to come in and treat you. If we do not have doctors, for example, if we don't have the PHOs, we don't have the clinical officers, we don't have the nurses, even if you are to purchase a drug, drugs cannot treat you, cannot prescribe themselves. We need to have the human resource component actually coming together. And that's why we usually have pillars of the healthcare. And human resource component, medicine, and products and technology, those are the part of the things we actually need to do. Yeah. So when you're having this conversation, we need to have a holistic sort of approach so that we get everything correct. Let's not have knee-jerk, because in this country where we see people reacting as opposed to being objective, we react. For example, there's an outbreak, like what I was saying when COVID-19 came. Yes. We reacted, and the government say, go wash your hands, should we put on a mask, sanitize. But then when the pandemic went, we went back. Now, look, even right now, we went back to our normal lives. People are no longer masking. We no longer social distance. We're no longer washing our hands. People are no longer, we are not offering or seeing sanitation being actually observed. And that's a problem.
Your health practitioners, you are the ones who taught us the term herd immunity.
Yes.
When you have a situation like the one we have with COVID, and herd immunity kicks in, it doesn't mean COVID has gone away. No,
that's correct.
It just means
I agree with you.
We have adjusted. Our defense mechanism has an MOU.
But I actually get where he's coming from. What he's saying is we should stop this reactionary thing. We start preparing.
And I'm actually saying he should stop saying we should stop. You know why? Yes, that is really what I'm saying. Because now he has a role that he plays. No. If you are an ordinary citizen, then I would excuse you. You are not an ordinary citizen. Yes. You actually have authority. And that authority has even borne fruit because of some of the things you have done, some actions you have taken, and you've seen change. Let me start by asking this question. How much money do we need annually for the healthcare sector to take care of our needs?
That's a very interesting question. I think I can't give you the figures, but we had the Abuja declaration, and it stated that for a country at least 15% of your budget
should go to health.
Healthcare.
Wow. Okay, so for us at 4.1 trillion. 15%.
4.9 trillion actually.
So we're looking at about 600 billion.
Sorry.
So about 600 to 700 billion should go to
healthcare.
But now we're talking about 3.3. You're not even at 5. You're actually at 3.3% or 4%. Recurring as you speak.
Okay. So the other question then, and it's in connection to what we have just said with the CT, of course, is tulipatua, was it what? The last budget was what? 200 billion.
230 billion.
230 billion thereabouts.
Yes,
from the national government.
Someone, I can't remember who it was. Was it Dr.
It's not about the counties. You're talking about the national. Remember, health is also devolved. We have not gone to the counties to know how much are they appropriating to the health sector.
In terms of us collecting this money for healthcare, someone, I think it was Dr. Olweni or someone else, but this is what he said. This is of the Kenya Cancer Center, Kenya Institute. Yeah. He said something to this.
Cancer Institute.
All right.
The National Cancer Institute.
Thank you, NCI.
NCI.
He said something to this effect that hii story ya collect money from SHIFSHA and HIF, that one is not necessarily effective.
Yeah.
He talked of introducing a kind of tax which will cater for every single thing. We can tax, for example, some of these unhealthy things we consume, from alcohol to cigarettes to sugary drinks and so on and so forth. And that money would actually be enough.
It's called a sin tax.
As opposed to mimi leo shai nasema nilipe 500 but for city nasema alipe 1200 na kuna mtu mwingine shai nasema alipe 27000. It's like that is not making sense. Ile na make sense ni hiyo sin tax. Yeah, so that now we can would actually get more money as opposed to what we're getting right now.
We are paying tax. I don't know how we want to tax Kenyans.
You know why I asked what we need? Huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
This discussion doesn't really move if we do not understand what we need, because all this money, we are not sure whether we have enough, whether we've gone beyond what we need.
Yes,
because if we do not start with that, the Ministry of Health has some very interesting people who work there. There are people who are called health economists. These people, you know, this discussion we're having here, they have it among themselves, and they're the ones who do all this computation. Then there are people who are called costing experts. Whether it is personnel, drugs, commodity, you name it. So when all these things have been itemized, and you look at it within the sphere of the country called Kenya, you have a very clear idea of what we need, so that we don't. So we have to know, because you can't talk about taxing, you can't talk about what will be deducted from our
knowing.
Yes, I mean, what's the goal? How much do we want to get to? Remember the discussion I began by asking, are all salaried people contributing? It was with that in mind. You know why? If you determine all those who are salaried, wherever they are, and you look at what their contribution would be, you may find you don't need that sin tax, because you may have reached, because you know what you want. But if you do that and you still haven't reached it, then you talk about the alternatives and say, you know, guys, we still haven't reached the mark that we required. So we need to do A, B, and C. 3 pillars of SHA. The first and the third are supposed to be funded by the government.
That's true.
Primary health care
and
the chronic and
critical illness.
Yes, and critical illness. That's supposed to be. Now, where's the government going to get the money from?
Should be tax funded.
See, the whole discussion about universal health is a good one. Okay? But again, it must be an honest conversation, because it just can't be that we are doing this without understanding what the goal is. What is the goal? What is its threshold that once we reach, then we can guarantee anybody who seeks healthcare will receive it with this system of SHA? What is it?
I think we have a body called the World Health Organization in this world that sets standards for each and every, for all the member states. And that's why I want to support Dr. when he said about the Abuja Declaration. The Abuja Declaration do not just come from heaven. We had world leaders actually meeting and actually agreeing, and not only Abuja Declaration, we had other very progressive declarations that actually have been proposed. And when leaders meet, they say they plan. They project what do we need, for example, for a health country, because each and every nation has a unique health needs. You cannot say, like, for example, health needs for Kenya or for Uganda, for example. We might have, there might be universal, but to a large extent, there might be also be very unique. For example, there are countries who have a lot of cancer cases, for example. There are other countries which, like, for example, Rwanda, when you talk about maybe, for example, diabetes or other anything other things, it would be different. It would be a different whole affair. And that's why these leaders always meet and maybe bring together their issues. I think I agree with you when you said about the taxing issue, because when we're talking about introducing another tax, I mean, to say, for example, to be going to the healthcare now, particularly for this, whatsoever we're actually having right now, has it worked or not worked? The problem we're actually having in this country is that the priority that we usually set out are actually very wrong. For example, you get an education being given 700 billion, for example. And I'm not saying education is bad, but let me ask you a question. Can you go to a class when you are having an headache? Can you concentrate? You can't study when you are not healthy. You cannot go even anywhere to do sports. For example, sports when you're not. For example, when you're having an issue with your body. So what should come out actually first is actually should be the health. In fact, if I was even the president of this country, I'll even give health 700 billion, because I believe a healthy person can go to class and study very well and even pass exams. But the problem we're actually having it in the other way around.
Inversely.
Security, we give them a lot of money, education, and I have no problem. Education,
Actually,
but when you look at the health, we give it a miaga.
You don't say you don't have a problem. The problem you have is a real problem and must be expressed as a problem. Because if you're talking prioritizing and what is important,
yes,
you must state it as it is. Don't excuse the misdeeds of our planners and those who budget and say, well, it's not a problem. It is a problem. But you see, an honest discussion goes into the details.
That's true.
The reason why education costs what it does is because it involves literally everybody. You're not always sick, so you don't always need health care. Just for starters. Now, well, I'm defending a sector that I worked in for a long time, so I'm just getting you to explain. In the absence of people like me, none of you here would be sitting here with all these qualifications you have. Education covers everybody from the time you are born and you're able to understand. When money is allocated, it is a colossal amount, and where I would agree with you, in all honesty, that amount should have sorted out our education problem. You person mingi.
Then can we have a commensurate budget then? If you're giving 700 billion to health education, why do you also give 700 billion to health?
Part of the
Let's
problem we have with the health
then.
sector is this.
Yes.
A portion close to probably 25% of the budgeting for health comes from donors. This is me being polite now.
Yeah, that's true.
When HIV was at its peak, it was infinitely more than that. The government didn't have to pay for very many things because donors paid for it, and they paid for it in totality. Funding for HIV didn't just involve ARVs. No. It involves opportunistic diseases, because you can't give someone ARVs and you don't treat what is causing, what is likely to kill this person. Okay? And so that mode got the government careless, because they assumed, can you imagine, all the needs you have for this disease, whether it's malaria, somebody's taking care of it. Suddenly, your budgeting isn't as strainful as it is, but we forgot that these things had a timeline. We first saw the problem with the blood donation program, because that was also funded by this same PEPFAR funding. They were told in advance, with funding. It's a 3-year funding. You're told 2 years to go, 1 year to go, 6 months. We slept on the job, but suddenly the blood donation services collapsed. Why? We were not prepared, and yet we had been told. What am I saying? The discussion, again, I'm going back to what I started off with. The discussion about healthcare has to be an honest one. And we have to start with a simple question: what do we need? This amount that we are looking for, what is it? And then break it down for us as to why it is 500 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion, so that we know why it is we need to raise it. Then talk about the mechanisms for raising it. But we are putting the cart before the horse. You're talking about how to raise the money, and we haven't determined what we actually need. So what are we raising this money for? Do we know whether it's not enough? By what margin? And if it is a shortfall, what can it do? All these questions are answered when you start with what we need and what it costs.
I hear you.
Dr. Mageto, I'm still stuck on this public financing system, yeah? Because we've seen countries where it's happening and it's very successful. For example, the United Kingdom, Spain, Italy, the Nordic countries like Norway, Finland, Denmark, they are actually funding their entire healthcare system using public funds.
Yeah.
Here in Kenya, we were told just the other day that we are losing they started telling us we are losing close to 2 billion daily. That is now during President Uhuru's time. Then now during President Ruto's time, we are being told it's 3 billion a day.
Yeah.
If you do that by the 365 days we have in a year, that's actually more than 1.1 trillion, which is literally a quarter of our budget.
Yeah.
Isn't there a way public and the private hospitals and healthcare providers actually can just sit down with government and see how we can actually achieve this without necessarily having to wait for me to be mean tested on SHA, where I have to be asked the kind of toilet I'm using. You know?
Yeah. Well, let's first talk about. You mentioned the government funding for healthcare, and you mentioned several countries.
Yes.
And when you look at these countries, you know, in Kenya we're a bit different. Our health is devolved. That means there's the national government that brings its funding, and then we have the county governments.
Yes.
So we're a bit different. And also that type of funding, it has its own challenges. Even though when you go abroad and people, the healthcare is almost free, there's some challenges, like in terms of human resources and availability of this. I was reading somewhere online where people in the United Kingdom were talking about, if you are sick, just to see a doctor, you might take a few months because of that challenge. I think our type of health financing, in terms of policy, it's really good. Okay, but we have challenges when we're talking now on get the funds being available, the funds being disbursed to the healthcare facilities. That's where we're seeing a bit of a challenge, because services are provided, people are getting treatment, but now when it comes to the facilities getting paid, there's a delay, there's a backlog. And we saw with the RUFA, these are the private and the rural hospitals. They're coming together and they're saying, we have not received payment for the last, let's say, 36 months.
Yes.
And that constrains
service provision.
Yeah, service provision. You see the services they're offered, but now once I have given you services for 6 months and I've not gotten any payment, now I'll start being a bit cautious when I'm using the SHA or using all these types of financing we have. Yeah.
Okay. And for me, I'm looking at the problem as far as financing is concerned. For me, it's at a policy level, because all these things the solutions are actually there. When you talk to doctors such as yourselves, munatuambia mahali tu shida iko.
Yes.
Swali yangu ni munaambianga serikali.
Of course they do.
We do tell government.
They do.
Why do you mean why?
Because you see, the CS is a human being just like you.
Yeah, that's true.
No, let me tell you something.
It's not like they are a god.
You know the process of budgeting in this country, how it works. It has actually 4 major processes. It begins with the formulation.
Yeah.
You know, formulation is done by who? By the executive.
Okay.
When immediately the cabinet secretary for treasury issues a budget circular, of course it provides us ceilings and everything, and then the underlying ministry are supposed to provide the estimates. After they formulate, it's supposed to go for approval in parliament. Now the parliament looks at it, the budget estimates, look at this one, look at this one. They can either approve or disapprove based on what is supposed to be done.
Yes.
Then after approval, it's supposed to go to implementation, then auditing, where you now the auditor general now coming in to say, this man was appropriated for this. Did he actually do what actually was done? And I have a problem as public health, because even in SHA, the SHA does not purchase preventive health services in this country. We have a problem with the SHA, and actually we had even raised it. When you actually, during the budgetary making process, it's also participatory. Even the unions and other people are invited. We give our inputs there. We say, like, for example, this we request, for example, environmental health or public health division to be given this, allocate this amount of money. Of course, we give a justification why it should be done, like, because it should like to do the HR. It should like to do the, food and water quality sampling, safe water, and all those things need to be quantified. But then when it goes now from this level, now from the executive level to a different level, you realize now a lot of changes actually come in. The big question we should be asking ourselves, how do we ensure that these monies are ring-fenced to serve what they're supposed to serve?
Okay.
That should be the big question, because whether it's 200 billion allocated to us, sometimes even we allocate, and then even that money don't even go and do what it's actually supposed to be doing. And people start running out now. We are supplementary budget. Where is it now? With the meager resources that we actually be having. So we need to call out the various stakeholders who are actually involved in the budget making process and ensure that that budget making process, kulingana na Article 201 of the Constitution, must have the public participation component must be respected. The issue that we actually give in, they should actually be factored in, because we are the service providers. We are the healthcare providers. If, for example, we come in and as stakeholders and tell you, for example, KMPDU comes in and say, for example, we want this to be like this. As careful, we come in and tell you we want Akuko and others. But then you realize that this, when the statement is actually coming, the budget statement is coming out, whatever you had actually proposed is actually has not been factored in. We are actually going to the same old ways of doing things. And they always say, you cannot teach an old dog new tricks. If you are used to doing things this way, and then somebody turns you, please, let's try and doing this. And that has been our problem with our country. We have people used, even at the ministry, there are people who are used, it's done like this. It's all, they don't believe that things can be
They don't
changed.
take in new information.
They don't like taking in, and that's why I always say it's like Ministry of Health is like a referral facility. It has people who have been there ages and ages who don't take in new things. They don't believe in actually doing things in a new way, and that's why we have been calling them out and telling them that, look here, it has reached at a time that even the budgeting, even the financing process in this country has got to change. We must be able to factor in and even provide a balance between the curative and the preventive aspect, and ensure that whatsoever is actually the money is appropriated for, go and exactly do what is supposed to be doing. There's no reason, no single logic to have a state department of public health, for example, and then give it money and then it doesn't work. They don't offer those services that actually supposed to be done. There's no single logic to have medical services department. Then you give them money, then that money doesn't actually serve what it's supposed to be serving.
All right.
So that's what actually is the greatest challenge we are actually having in this country.
Okay.
Yes.
Daktari, offer any solutions going forward as we come to the end of this conversation?
Well, I think how we've just discussed, and we've noted that the financing, the budgeting, we really need, like for sure, and we're talking about, like, let's say oncology patients who we need to increase the capitation, and also reimbursement when the services are provided.
Hospitals to be paid.
Yeah, it doesn't need to take 6 months so that they get at least something. If we can regulate that to ensure that.
When you ask them, what do they usually say, by the way? Why the delays are there?
I think now.
And this is considering you've all done your paperwork very well. Yes.
Yeah. Now you get to hear, like probably we don't have enough funds to disburse to the hospitals. So it's usually a challenge for the healthcare providers. So if we can get that reimbursement, it helps a lot. And even just to get the services to continue. I think those are some of the things we need to look at. Kenyans deserve to get healthcare and with dignity. We don't need to go to a hospital and there's no medication.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to allow when you're sick and you can afford healthcare, and it's healthcare that is quality healthcare, not healthcare that is we call it that's healthcare where they say because you don't have this, let's try this and this. We have proper protocols on how we treat patients.
Right.
We don't need to adjust. Yeah.
I understand you're meeting Sakaja today, Governor for Nairobi County. What are you signing?
We are signing a recognition agreement today.
Yeah.
We have been on strike.
What is the recognition agreement?
It's for unions. It gives us president now to start discussing about collective bargaining agreement. By law, according to the Labor Relations Act, when a union is duly registered, you are supposed to sign a recognition agreement with the employer to show that now you represent X number of members that you have in that particular county. And Nairobi has been on news for all the reasons, particularly even in the health workers, there's still a crisis in Nairobi. So that's the reason why we're actually meeting at 11 today. And we want to ensure that we sort out a few issues there. And probably because there are people who have never been promoted for a very, very long time.
Okay.
There are perennial issues,
So
historical injustices.
So there are many issues.
There are around 5-6 issues.
Okay.
And
is it just Kefu and Sakaja or other unions as well?
We have KMPDU, KMPDU, we have Kefu, we have Kuko, we have KNAM, that is for the nurses union, and the lab, and also the nutritionists, they have a union called CONAD. So all of us, we're actually converging. But before I say that, my parting shot will be this.
Yes.
Honorable Bovi, let me call you honorable because you are giving us a platform to amplify this
Okay,
work. Not because you have been elected, but you are giving us a platform.
Karibu.
I want to urge this country, let's reorient health. I keep saying this in all our discussions. If, for example, we gave more money to public health at the primary health care level, at level 1, where the real issues actually happen at the household level, I can tell you for free, at level 6, we'll not have more patients there. I want to urge the government, let's consider investing more in the public health interventions. Let's not just talk about community health promoters. Let's go beyond community health promoters. Let's know that our people have been sensitized adequately on the issue, on the dangers of other mitigants and other things that actually cause diseases, and make sure that our population becomes more healthy. If we invest more in public health and also invest in medical, we'll be able to see that we'll have a holistic way of doing things. But when you have a skewed budgeting, we have a skewed way of doing things, then it tells us that we're actually projecting a sick nation, which we should not actually be doing that. So thank you so much, and I'm grateful.
Karibu tena sana daktari. Dr. Joseph, also thank you so much for coming through.
Thank you so much for the discussion.
Karibu sana. All right, this is where we come to a close, man. It's been an awesome one. Coming up next, of course, we've got Rania Abdi with the Retro Box. Then later on, Power Drive, Lady Mathai, Halaiki, and Manu Kisiangani will be coming through with the wind down. Today, they're going to be talking about kids and the interaction with the social media. So do stand by for that. Right now, though, tunasema kwaheri.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Police Service says it's making steady progress in its efforts to reduce illegal firearms and promote community safety. Yesterday, a joint patrol in Isiolo County covering the Tuale and Longopito areas led to the surrender of an AK-47 rifle as part of ongoing security